And so with that, we should be live on everything. Yep. So like I said, off stream, I'm working on other achievements of the contracts. You actually see I have a copy of I have a copy of the online save file or the stream save file. I had honestly debated off stream starting to work on some of the achievements as well. I did stop myself, but I had been very tempted to like continue playing the save off stream. I didn't do it. I was like, but I want to get the achievables. Come on, man. Oh, I pulled up our old Silver Run map. Because we had been planting cotton on it and we had yet to do a harvest of cotton in that save file. And I was like, well, I got like this giant half of the entire area. We cleared the entire game. A couple things I came to realize is I know we harvested the one field the one time, but I think in that run we had on Silver Run, I think we only ever was Thumb very mad at you? Oh, Toon very mad with? Oh no, she didn't mind. She like I got off stream when she got here. Like she didn't care at all. She actually was expecting me to keep streaming after that point, which I didn't. Like because I took her out. We went to a local place, which apparently now offers a variety of poutine, which made me really happy. And so we went out, and it basically made her day. All right, so we are in March. What were we need to decide for March? So for March, I could choose to plant something new. The thing is, we did spend a whole lot of our money. So I can plant. No, the sorghum is in April. All right. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to. So was the files? Yeah. So we did actually already have the achievement for the year-old save file. I'm assuming Silver Run was over a year old. That map, because it implied that I had to not play the map for the year, but I think it literally it had to be a save file that's old enough, because I didn't edit the file or anything like that. All right, so what I'm kind of going back and forth on right now that I'm debating is we can potentially put down a crop with the intent of harvesting and all that to work on one of the other things, so like the grapes or the olives. The problem I'm going to run into is, do I have enough money to buy a harvester at the time? And I realized I could just lease it, and that's not even a bad thing. And hang on, dealing with moderation stuff on the other platforms. Yeah, so I've already had the news spoiled of what supposedly has happened and all that. With all that said, if I do end up having a day where I just keep having people on TikTok, like, trying to do the politics thing, I'll just end the TikTok side of the stream and just not deal with it today. Alright. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes when you're streaming, some like big event will come around that's very pervasive, and just you deal with that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like that's the thing on the moderation side. Like, you know, it doesn't need to be like a 24-hour moderation or anything like extremely like that. Not unless we time someone out and then they turn around, they bring it up again. But it simply said, this is a cozy stream. Yeah, people are gonna want to talk about whatever political stuff is going on. And it's not that we have a strict no politics rules, generally speaking. Like, generally when it gets to talking politics, we talk more not current events kind of thing, is the way I will phrase it. Because when you get to current events, people get very polarized and all this kind of stuff, and it just leads to a bunch of people getting really mad and everything, and people stop having meaningful and constructive discourse on it. And again, that's not that we can never talk about it, but it is difficult to have constructive conversations around that. Like, I feel very comfortable that I can discuss it constructively where I'm not belittling people and all that. But it's pretty rare I find a place that I can have those conversations with a broader audience that it stays constructive. Because almost always someone ends up turning to insults and that, and then the whole thing derails. Alright, so just topping the water off while I debate. Like I said, the thing I am debating is if we are going to go and toss down some grapes or olives right this minute to at least have it getting some trajectory to it. Knowing that I am going to need to get the equipment to support the grapes and all that, and I may not have that in time. We probably don't get them. That's probably what we're going to do, is we're not going to get them right now. Because where I'm talking about grabbing those, it's like, I think it's just under 400,000 for the harvester, which is the big difficulty thing. But that's not accounting for having our people driving around, doing the fertilizer and all these other things with the other crops.
Take a sip. What's the
All
worst
right.
that could happen?
I'm pretty sure we've got the wheat planted and fertilized and everything. So really all we have this month is I just noticed the greenhouses were getting low. I also think one of the other things I need to do is, I believe for the pigs, I need straw for bedding. I think I missed that the last time, which is why our pigs' health didn't get better. So I believe I need to bring them hay. And I don't know we have that. Pretty picture saying 95 stream streak despite Rual's best efforts. I know, I tried to put an end to all of your stream streaks. Again, I do apologize for those who actually did lose their stream streaks and all that. It was literally one of those things. The worst thing is when it came to all that, so that was Thursday, I accidentally streamed for a while because I thought it was Wednesday. The worst part of that is I had multiple times during the day I should have realized it wasn't Wednesday. Just because of stuff going on that should have been a giveaway, but like my brain was just like, it's Wednesday. Alright, so yeah, that's all good, Randall Thor. So what I don't know is what I can do to get the straw carried. Because I don't know if I can just have it drop straw in here. Because I need straw for the pigs. We'll try this, because if not this, it'll try the semi. Side note, one of the things that has been going around is apparently we're now able to get a stream key in TikTok, and it's not an exploit so much as just like the technically way it works. I don't know if it's intended or not, but the catch is you have to have 1,000 followers to make it work, and I sadly am only at about 200, just shy of. Versus if I do manage to get up to that full 1,000 followers or whatever, then I could get a stream key, and what that matters is right now I have to use the TikTok Live Studio software, which is a big smoldering pile of garbage as far as I'm concerned. I've only found one person who likes it to date, and that's fine. They could use it if it wants there. But I really, really wish I didn't have to use it. Because if I get a stream key, then I can use OBS for that as well, which is the same thing I use for Twitch as well as YouTube, which would be nice because it means on my computer I'd only have one piece of software that is encoding video, which would be great for performance, and it would reduce the number of things I have to manage and the number of things that can go wrong. For whatever reason, TikTok just does not want to add availability to it. Okay, so it does not look like that could pour in here. I'm not getting the option. That's fair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop off this, which is a foraging wagon. We'll grab our trailer, because like I said, I need straw is what I need. Because if I get the straw, we can put it in for bedding for the pigs, and then the pigs should start having their health improve. Because the achievements we're working on with the animals is there was one achievement for selling enough eggs, I believe it was. Or was either selling or getting enough eggs, and I did get that achievement. And then there's a second achievement for the chickens, which is to breed. It was something like 50 chickens. Or whatever number it was. It doesn't matter. So almost all the animal achievements are around breeding, 50 of that, 50 of this. And so I just got to work on that. But that's been kind of the immediate focus right now, is we're still planting and doing the sorghum and the wheat for money, as well as the sorghums for a different achievement. But in the interim, getting all the animal stuff, because that's got kind of a bottleneck on how fast I can go with it. Like, once I set some animals up, they only reproduce so fast. Alright, I want this. And here's the thing I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna need to go through and clear out some of those trees in the long run to make dealing with the eggs not as bad. Because as you can see, that's got some like steep hills right by the back. I need to pick that up, and the stuff doesn't work well with it. But we can go and grab our trailer. I'll go grab some straw, and I'll just dump it out by the pig pen. And it should work. And then, like, we'll hit the next in-game day, and then that'll be time for us to plant the sorghum. And all that kind of good stuff. Alright. And I shouldn't need to, like, fully fill this up. But the good news is it just tells me that now I should get a baler and the baler truck. Because if we get the baler and the baler truck, then we can go, and when we grab the straw and all that, I can bale it up. I can leave it by the pigs or wherever else it's needed, and that'll help. And then that baler will also be important for a bunch of other stuff I want to / need to do. So I figure we get like one of the balers. I can also wrap the bales and get those going, because then I can make the, I think it's like 40 or 50 bales. It's 50 bales. The 50 bales I need to wrap of grass for one achievement. But I can get that. That'll be fermented bales, so we'll have that for, I believe, the cows. Alright. So will you list straw? That is the question. You will not list straw. Can I just buy straw? These are things I haven't had to worry about before. Well, there's pig food. You saw bales? There we go. It's probably overkill on both. Let's not go with that many. Let's go with 2, because those seem like they're the really, really big bales. So with that, I have the wrong trailer for the semi here. Let's drop this off. Because then the intent here is that we've got the pigs set up and we're just starting to get them going. We'll get those set up. We've already got our chickens all sorted out. And then after that, you know, we still need to get the horses. We need to get the cows. And there was another animal I forget. And we need the sheep. The downside is the cow pen is really expensive. It's going to be a bit over $500,000. That said, we seem to be making more than that a year, even with me working a little bit inefficiently on my selling, which is something that'll probably change in not too super long. Is we'll start taking the sorghum and putting that back into making bread and yada 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 for money. We'll get that sorted. So drop that off. And we'll go over here and grab our trailer. We'll grab the pig feed and the bales. And we can drop those off in our pig pen, and that should keep the pigs covered for a long while. More than enough time for me to get other stuff sorted. That's... Come on, just let this get under here. That's very suboptimal that, that hill makes it so my trailer, I don't get underneath it. Don't really have a good angle to push it. Are you up on that hill? Yes, you are. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna need to go and clear out some of those trees and then smooth out that area a little bit. That way I can reasonably get this trailer without nearly as much pain. Or sorry, get the eggs from that without nearly as much pain. Because eventually, we're gonna have everything we need to make cake. And I'll make cake just so I can make cake. Because people have really wanted me to make cake. And the recipe for cake in this is extremely involved. You need like butter, milk, is like, what was it like? Is butter, milk, sugar, flour, strawberries, eggs. All for one good. Oh, wait, what do you got in there? Oh, I have a bunch of eggs in here, apparently. Okay. That's fine. I don't mind selling some eggs. Considering how little effort those chickens seem to take, it's not terrible money. $12,000. So it seems like chickens are actually pretty lucrative. All right. Okay, so we've got ourselves some pig feed, and we've got ourselves some hay. We could just drop these off, and we should be good. And then, like I said, we're probably going to want to buy a baler that I can wrap with. And then from there, after that, I will still need to get the mowing stuff, because we will need the grass as feed for the sheep and the cows. So we get all of that sorted. I am curious with the pig feed thing, if, like, I assume that would cover all of their needs, because the pigs, they have, like, oh, well, I need this, this, and this, and this. And I've been basically told you don't actually in the game have to give them all that stuff. So the game's like, oh, you need this much root crop, you need this much protein, you need this much of that. And people are like, yeah, no, if you just give them food, like, if you just give them grain, it's fine. I've not done it myself, so that's kind of the thing that we're learning here. Because I always did the challenge runs. I want to be good when the new game comes out. I want to make it a point that, do that. So I think that's where we get stuff out. Let's see, 12,000 when you need 10 million is chicken feed. And And with that, you're gonna go to bed? Alright, Randall Thor, I'll catch you later. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, honestly, we make somewhere in the area of like 500,000 or so each year right now. And are gonna be scaling up a lot. Cool. Cool, so it is working. Yeah, so now if we turn that off, if we check everything with the animals right now, we should see that the feed is going up. Yeah, so it wasn't as much straw as I thought it would be. But we are getting some base food and all that. The chickens are perfectly happy. What's interesting is the food capacity isn't that high, but I'm also not seeing the pig feed go up more. And it's definitely on the pad. It's fine. That'll probably sort itself out. It's probably one of those things that you have to have like varieties or whatever for it to count it all the way. So we're not doing a whole lot more in this in-game day. I didn't check to see what's on sale. Nothing I care about. Alright. So I'll move it forward because now we're gonna have to plant the sorghum today. And with the sorghum going, that'll be like, this should be our last harvest of sorghum. Now once we harvest it, then like we can choose to like, we'll have the achievement for sorghum. So we can either sit there and put it back into the bakery system to have it give me more money. Load and unload. Food is not the trigger. Gotcha. Alright, so we'll start with you. Actually, you're already hooked up to it. That's not the button I wanted. It is the button I pushed. There we go. I want sorghum seeds. It's just an easy way to do it? Yeah. So I need to pick up all the seeds and all that I accidentally kicked out everywhere. Then once we do that, I can turn around and get it starting to seed everything. Because volume-wise, I produce more sorghum than anything, which is good, because that's the achievement we're going after. I have to sell 500,000 liters of sorghum. And while I don't know exactly how many liters I've sold easily 400-something thousand between the last two harvests, because each harvest is well over 150,000 liters. So we should be done with the sorghum this one. And then, like I said, I get to choose whether I put it back into the grain mill to make the flour to run the bakery, or whether I take these fields and we stop putting sorghum in them. Instead, we put like cotton or one of the other crops that I need to get a bunch of. The only hesitation I have with switching to something like cotton right now is the cotton harvester is like $400,000 or $500,000, and I don't have that kind of money. Hey, Samantha. Good to see you. All right. Oh, it's this one. Great job. And we are using course play. We didn't use it for most of the run, but we did kind of reach a point where there's getting more and more stuff for me to manage as like, okay, let's get that figured out kind of thing. Alright, so it is making the animals happy. Okay, so the animals are at 100% health. So that's fine. It seems like it can only handle emptying like 1 or 2 of these at a time. It also seems to not be emptying the one on the bottom, which is an interesting issue. Alright. So let's try something with this. Give it a nudge. I'm not going to fight with it. Alright. So what we can potentially do in the meantime, actually, to be productive, is I've been mentioning that we're gonna have to shift that around, and that's gonna be a problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna run over here, grab the stump grinder, and I'm gonna carve a path so I can actually get the vehicle in there, or get the semi in there more easily. And I'll level that little bit of land out and all that. Because right now I can't get the semi to where we get the eggs without like an absolute war because of just the way it adjusted the terrain and all that. So if I get this real fast and we start cutting up some trees and whatnot, we can get that. Now, downside is I don't really have a vehicle set up for grabbing a bunch of trees and moving around or whatever. I don't really care either. So I'm mostly going to cut the trees down, just get them out of the way. And just leave them laying on the ground. Maybe if I end up having like nothing better to do, I'll pull up the little truck to deal with it. So my plan of how I want to approach this is I'm going to go around here. Because this tractor should be around the same width as the semi. I'm going to try and make this kind of a straight shot. So this tree should go. Come on. Let's get rid of this tree. Oh, right, I don't have super strength turned on. That tree. This one here. We'll say this one here as well. Okay, and here's the next one. Yeah, so I will do cleanup of this. I forgot I didn't have super strength on, so I'm going to cut down like an actual proper big tree. I couldn't do anything about it, it's just stuck laying there. And I can't smooth the land if there's an object nearby it. Alright. So I've cleared up the stumps. That's fine. It's been a long time since we've dealt with any trees, like, properly. It's not like I got a whole lot else I can work on while the seeder's seeding. So we can go ahead and work on that in the meantime. That also give people an idea of how this run started. Because for those who don't know, this was a challenge run when we first started. We only switched it off of the challenge one, to being just trying to like progress to get the achievements unlocked after the announcement of Farm Sim 25. So it's not even been a full week yet. But the way this run started, it started with $0 a chainsaw dream and this truck. And then I had the rules I couldn't loan or lease anything. And so this hill we were on right now, it was covered in trees like that hill I just cut those couple of trees down. So when we started this run, literally what I would do to get our initial money for being able to buy the greenhouses and the equipment to get water into them and all that, is I would cut down a tree, as you saw a minute ago. Use this tree as our example. Park the truck nearby. Oh. I need to open the tailgate. There we go. You put that one in there. There was another... That's just a bush. But we take all the little branches off. Okay, before we go anywhere, I missed a stump. Even the stump grinder was a later addition. I had to just deal with all the stumps there. Because I do want to remove the stumps because I won't be allowed to level the terrain or paint it, you know, to give like gravel road or whatever to it, if there's a tree stump there. So I'm just trying to make myself like a little path through that hill so I can lower it down and just basically make like, you know, what's for all intents and purposes just a little road that goes behind the coop. That's my intention. So if I were to drive along this route, what I'd do is I'd have a turn right here. Did you get the idea as it goes over there? Now, where was that stump? That's the end of that tree. That's not the stump. Like, that's the big problem, is the stumps don't always render in, depending on the angle and all that. And I know I'm circling where it's at. It's over here somewhere. I feel like it was farther up this way. You know, I feel like it's right around here. Oh well, we'll keep this nearby just in case we see it again. I didn't actually mean to fast travel away. Yeah, if it went over with this with the mower, we'd see it real fast. Like, I feel like it's right around here. It's fine. What I should have done is when I knocked down the tree and I saw that there was a stump at the end of it, I should have literally just left it there. Alright, so I cut down so it's not quite so long. Okay, so I got a bunch of those little ones out of the way, but now I got the big one, which is the reason I was like, oh no, actually I do need to clean this up. Now you'll notice I mentioned we don't have super strength turned on. I don't have lumberjack or super strength turned on. And what this does mean is I have to cut these down to weights I can carry, and I think we can carry 200 kilograms is the maximum weight I can physically hold. I have to adjust that a little bit here and there till we get everything in. So as we go along, I'm going to start with fairly long logs, and I'm going to come down smaller and smaller. But the good news is I can fit over a whole tree in here. Alright. But as you can see, doing it this way, putting a tree in the truck, just one, you know, it took some work. And they're not they're worth a decent amount, but not a lot. Like, an individual tree isn't a bunch of money. But surprisingly, you can make some really solid money in this game by doing the lumberjacking. It's very laborious compared to other ways. Oh, and also the weight of a log gets higher and higher as you move farther up, because it gets, you know, thicker and thicker. So especially when you get to, like, the oak ones, you'll start getting these, like, end pieces where you end up cutting them into, like, really short logs and all that. All right. And now you'll go, but wait, your truck's getting pretty full, isn't it? Don't worry, we can break some physics. All right. So I've strapped that in. Once it's strapped in, they're physics disabled. So you don't have to worry about them bouncing around or popping out or anything like that. So it effectively treats it like it's one solid chunk on the truck. All right. I missed a tree? I probably do need to get rid of this one, don't I? Before I forget, let's get that tree stump. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely like we have put some real cursed loads in these. The best ones when I was doing Silver Run map, which was very new to the game. That was the first like farm we worked on. I absolutely was just piling up logs, and as things went on, I got better and better about actually putting it on the thing well. But every once in a while, you'd start stacking them well, and physics would do like physics do in simulation games, and forget how physics work. And then with that, you know, the logs would get all turned sideways and all that, so you'd be driving down this, you know, trailer, it's like semi-back end, with logs popping out at like 30, 40 degree angles. Oh, also, when it's loaded this top heavy, this truck likes to roll real badly. And you'd say, well, you're gonna slow down and drive safe then, right? Nah, man, I got places I gotta be. I got places I gotta be. I got things I gotta do. We go at full speed. And we just try and make it work with the bumps. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That was a strategic deceleration roll. Don't worry about it. Runs over the stump we've been trying to find. This is fine. Let's move on. Ignores the stump. I didn't see the stump. If I ran over it and rolled and all that. If I ran over it, then that's a thing. Fun fact, if you play this map, if you go to drive real fast, The truck bounced over it? Gotcha. If you play this map and you do use vehicles that go quick and carry a heavy load, stay on the inside. Wait, why am I having weird physics? Okay. I was like weirdly having the truck pull real hard to the left. Be careful going by the right side of this road. Where this pulls into that like little parking lot, there's like these little dips in there that'll bounce your vehicle real bad. All right. So yeah, so I would cut down a tree. So this is like one big tree and a couple little ones. We'd put it there. And it would sell. And you see all that work was 2,000 bucks. So when we started this run, I had to saw down like an entire area and one tree at a time, load them in this truck, drive them there, sell them for, you know, $1,500 to like $2,500 worth of wood. And did that until I could afford the greenhouse as well as the thing to load up the water and all of that. It was a lot of work to get that going, but that's the whole reason it's a challenge run. Was you didn't have the equipment to do things efficiently or meaningfully. You couldn't do the more simply lucrative things. And I know I could have done the whole thing where I raised just enough money to buy a solar panel, and then I advance the month, and the solar panel every single month gives me just a little bit of money. And very quickly that little bit of money, you know, you can stack up to being able to buy more solar panels. You get the idea. It almost becomes treating it like an idle game. You said I ran over it on the way out. Like I said, I feel like it was like right around here. It's fine. So now if I get out of the way for just a minute, I should be able to go in here. Do I care about these vehicles? No. And we can go to construction, landscaping. And that's the smooth tool, so I'm trying to do... Because I don't mind it having a hill. Where was the button to make you larger? I want to make a path over here the semi could take without being horrifically bounced everywhere. Alright, so meanwhile we can go to painting. This is the gravel road. Where are you? Where do you tell me what you are? That's concrete, so we're looking for the gravel. So I still got cleanup to do of this. That's fine. All right. Cool, so we've got the little turn off there. So what I want to do is, you see how that has that really, really tough edge to it? That's what I'm trying to get rid of. I resorted to the more aggressive approach. I found the tree stump. What's interesting is that's actually letting me do that. All right. All right. Farming simulator landscape tools are not the best. Nope, not even in the slightest. I think that'll work. We got this ridge here, but that's plenty of space. So I'm willing to bet now. First of all, let's get rid of that stump. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Okay, it's re-rendered. You'll have times where it's like, it won't render in. So I can go ahead and do that. You see how I've still got that big bump in the middle of the way? That's what I want to get rid of. Those are the problem things, because if you have those big bumps when I go to drive around on that later, that'll be the semi, like, bouncing off the ground and rolling and such. Alright. So with that, we're done with you, and we'll see how this works with the actual semi now. Alright, so you can park you over here. Okay. And we finished the first of the 3 sorghum fields. So that's good news. Alright. Top off here. It looks like we did a not great job of this. Let's clean that up real fast. I'm just gonna touch up this one spot in this field. Where clearly we missed that. That's kind of the thing with like the ground like alteration kind of stuff that we've got coming on in Farming Simulator 25. I'm curious what they're going to do to improve our ability to, like, alter, manipulate, whatever you want to say, the ground. Because I feel like that's going to be way more relevant than it is in this one. Like, this one, being able to, like, alter the ground, all that's not huge of a big deal. Alright, so let's go with you. Now, last time I played, I tried to have the AI do this field, and it was like, I don't know what to do. Okay, so this time it did generate. That's good. I told the AI to do this field, and it just really flubbed it. It was very clearly confused to how to even approach it. So, what the hope here will be is I'll be able to drive this through and take this along where those eggs show up. Because if I can do that, then it's not a problem. I do have to be careful that the left side of this is a hill. Realistically, I could see just repainting it. So it's not great, but it is acceptable. Alright, so chickens are doing well. Yeah, the pigs are doing well. They're just waiting for them to breed now. Alright, is there something else we can be working on in the meantime? I could just work on the decoration stuff of the farm that we've been ignoring for a while. Because I put all the lampposts for light at night, and I was talking about doing them up here. The only concern is that being as close to the field, up here would all be fine. That's right up against the field, so that's a problem. I think I want to leave that alone for right now. Let's see. If we were to go into the next animal, so the cows are 722,000. The horses are only 125,000. That's good news. The sheep are only 97,000. And then we just have to get a bunch of bees. But I need to get the mowing stuff for that. And then the mowing stuff, we look at this. So we'll need a baler. Which will want that for when we do the grapes. How much, or not grapes, the straw. So if we're going into the baler, we would want a baler that we can wrap stuff. Which it's always hard to tell like which ones. So those are stationary balers. Yeah, it's a stationary baler. We don't want that. That's a baler that drags behind us. So these ones will wrap stuff. And they do 125 centimeters. Okay, here we go. So that marks that's a wrappable one. So it's 125 centimeter. And it can wrap. Use to press poplar. Okay. I didn't realize you could wrap poplar into bales, but that's fine. Yeah, alright, here we go. So this is one that could do up to 150 centimeters and wrap it. And it can also handle 180. So that's getting pretty good. I think that might be the one we're doing. Now I can do it much bigger, but it can't wrap it. That's kind of the key here, is I need to be able to wrap the bales for one of the achievements. Yeah, that one just locks us in at 125, period. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab... It was you. 125, or 180, 150. Let's actually quickly look, before I commit to that. The bale loader, this thing, handles up to 180 cm. Okay, so with that, I am satisfied that we are going to grab this one here that can do the 180 as well as wrapping it. We can afford that, so that's good news. All right. So let's go grab that. Because that'll give us stuff so we can bale the straw. And then the next big purchase would be to buy the bale loader again. We had that way back when we were doing straw regularly as like early income stuff. So that is only 50,000. And I really like that one because it's much more convenient to deal with. The downside is those round bales are, you know, they're a bit more annoying to produce, the bales. Like the ones that put out the rectangular bales, you just drive along and it just keeps kicking them out the back reliably. Whereas the round bales, there is a little bit more concern. What am I seeing down here? Oh, Tuman sent me an article about something going on. That's something that happened here a little while back. Which we don't need to get into because it's politics. All right. Alright, what I don't know is how you set it to wrap it, because we do have, like, the wrapping stuff on here, but that's fine. Yeah, so get When we get 50,000, we'll get the bale loader, and then after we get the bale loader, we can turn around, and the next thing to do would be getting the mower and stuff, and then after that we can get, you know, the cows, the horses, all of that stuff. And that'll be good. Alright. Honestly, my hope with this one is the way that's designed. I wonder if it doesn't have to do like the whole weird open up thing. I wonder if this is something I could literally just keep going and having the bales do their thing. That'd be nice. That's what I want. Is I want one where I don't have to like pause midway through, but I think with the roundwood you just have to. All right. Okay, yeah, so we've got this going on. So the next things we have on our agenda is, so we've got this planted. So May, we don't have anything we got to worry about. June, we don't have anything to worry about. July is our big harvest month that then we plant and we do stuff. We have like these 3 months here. July, August, September, the months that we have tons of stuff to do. And then we have just this is like our one-off seating in the middle. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Yeah, so this won't be too bad because we got just the rest of this field to plant, and then after this field, I have one more sorghum field to plant, and all that. Because that's also one of the nice things is when we get to those 3 other months I talked about, is because I'll have like one field I'll be planting, the next field I'll be fertilizing, the third field I'll be cultivating. You get the idea. Is I'll have like 4 or 5 things going on, so that we won't be just sitting here on like one tractor to finish its job. Like, eventually, we potentially want ourselves, like, a second seeder or a second planter, that kind of thing. So you can have multiple fields being done at once. But right now, that's not the priority. The priority, equipment-wise, would be to get the bale loader. That's certainly one, to get this thing right here. The other thing we'll want to do is we'll want to get the mowers, which we're going to get this set here. So I can get the 12.3 meter width. And then that'll be good. We'll probably want to get a windrower, I would assume, as well. Yeah, we would want to get a windrower, which is a thing that brushes all the stuff into one place. I could see us getting the tedder as well. So the tedder, you use it to like spread out the grass and all that to make it into hay, and then you use a windrower to pull it all back together, so that way you can pick it up easier. So probably do that. I could also see at that point potentially getting into the grass care. Yeah, I mean, we can see. Because I don't think we need this. I don't think we need that. Like, in the roller is kind of a joke that... Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we wouldn't probably do that, because I believe my giant seeder here, if I'm not mistaken... I believe our giant seeder here can do grass, so I would just use that for planting the grass if I really cared. Because we could do that. That would also mean I'd probably want... Well, actually, we turned off the weeds. Yeah, that's fine. So we've got the seeder. So yeah, so it'd be the mower, the tedder, the windrower, the bale loader, and that would handle all of our stuff there. After that, I would say for our animal considerations... we will get animals. Probably the sheep next. After the sheep, we would probably get the pigs next. And then probably the cow, and then probably the horses. The cows are going to be the big pain point because of how much they cost. And then in the meantime with all that, we would be mixing in some additional crops. The issue we run into with the crops, though, is, for example, I would need to, like... We need to do the grapes. Well, doing the grapes, it's like almost 300,000 for the harvester. For the olives, almost 300,000 for the olives. We need to do... Where are you at? We don't need to do the potatoes. So yeah, for the crops, I need to do... Oh, right. For the cotton, we would need to do the cotton. You can see here, like, the really nice cotton thing is almost $1 million. Which interestingly enough, because it's number of bales I need to get of cotton, I need to get 40 bales. So technically this one works out to our benefit because it's a smaller bale size, which means I get more bales for the same volume. Which doesn't do me more for money, but for doing the achievement. Oh, weird, actually. Weirdly enough, this one has a much higher carrying capacity. That's interesting. They're the same width, same movement speed. This one has a higher horsepower. This one has a higher capacity, which makes sense because it's going to spit out a bale. Yeah, so I kind of would want the John Deere, but that one's more difficult. So that would be the sorghum we're working on. The olives and grapes we need to get the harvesters for. Those are 300,000 a piece. The cotton, which can be 500,000 to just shy of 1 million for its. And that would be the crops we're missing. And honestly, once we got all that going, that would be all the achievement stuff that we've got to do here. Because then it would be making $10 million. Which, that's those ones I would probably just grind off stream. You know, get things set up, and then you just kind of go through the motions to get it done. Or I could even potentially see doing the whole Mimi, slap down a giant windmill, fast forward, slap down a giant windmill, fast forward to producing, you know, 1 million a day or whatever. But yeah, so we should finish the sorghum this in-game year. The chickens and the pig are on their way. And all that. We should be making better and better money as time goes on, because even if it is for the achievement, like when I get the cotton and I'm doing that kind of thing, you know, if I get only a couple bales in a year, that's still more money I didn't make otherwise, and it's for the achievement. Now, plans wise for the cotton and all that, if we look at the map right now, the things that got planned is there's a space up here I can grow stuff. I'm debating making like this one of the things, like the olives or the grapes, just shoving a small field here, because that wouldn't be a very convenient field for dealing with like an actual proper crop like cotton and all that, where I'm gonna need a big field like the sorghum. There's some rocks here, so I could definitely see putting like a large field up here. That again, we could potentially do like the cotton or the grapes. But then we just got like lots of these tiles where I can put down a giant field there. And giant field there. Interestingly enough, we actually got the achievement already for buying all the tiles on the land without me actually buying them all. I'm wondering if the way that works is so like this tile, like this map has 60 tiles. So I'm wondering if it was between the multiple playthroughs I've had of No Man's Land going on, if I bought like 10 tiles here, 5 tiles there, 6 tiles here, and that cumulatively it added up to the full amount. Because I had a bunch of ones when I was experimenting for setting up with the challenge, where I started the map, bought like 2 or 3 tiles, and then, you know, went, okay, that's interesting, let me try a different strategy, bought like 3 tiles and repeated that. And so I could see that between those, I may have gotten myself like 20 or 30 tiles or whatever. And then this one, we're getting pretty close to having like 10 tiles. And there was a couple of ones that I started with the intent of making YouTube videos out of them, that I did like a number of hours of recording where I made progress. But then I just hit a point where it felt like it just got too repetitious, so I decided not to continue. Because one of the first strategies around this is I bought the stuff to do grass right away at the beginning, which made it so I was able to make money very early on without having to cut down more trees. But then the money you got from grass, which isn't bad for the amount of money it costs, so like the profit margins were good, but the actual total money you made was really bad early game. It gets really amazing when you get to stuff like silage and all that, but for that very, very beginning of the game, it was not great. So I opted to bail on that one, because I honestly just got tired of picking up the bales, because I had to get like the tiniest little ones to spin out the tiniest little rectangle bales. And so I think it was something like the tiles I had chosen for that one were these 2 tiles. And I want to say, or maybe it was these 2 tiles. Either way, I want to say between the tiles down here, one of these tiles would be like 100 something of like the little tiny bales, and I was handpicking them all up one by one and putting them in like the crappiest little trailer or the back of the truck or whatever, because especially for on the YouTube side, I didn't want to use the auto loader, because it's just the type of content they want is they didn't want that kind of stuff. And I did that. It was also the one that actually became the series I put on there. There was a point, I even mentioned it during the series when I was recording it, that I had gone and opted to expand like the vegetable farm on one point, and actually went to a backup of the save that had actually gone like 2 or 3 videos ahead in content wise that I had recorded but not edited, and I ultimately threw them away, went back to the save, like the backup of the save before I had expanded on the vegetable stuff, went never mind, because it kind of committed me to doing that for multiple in-game years. And my god, was that not like, it was super frustrating having to like forklift a billion crates of carrots. Like when we did it, or I think I did like 2 or 3 harvests of the carrots, and again, that was with the forklift. I didn't have super strength, so it was like 200 crates of carrots and just forklifting them all on. I think I could only do like 2 crates at a time because otherwise I'd make the forklift top heavy. Yeah, man, it's something like you could only ship, it was like 4 or 8 boxes of carrots at a time. Otherwise, the tractor didn't have enough horsepower to get up the hill. It was a fun run. It was really a shame that there just wasn't that much interest on those YouTube videos, because I did, it was a lot of them. And it's just the viewership wasn't there to justify me putting in the hours, because each video was like 6, 8, 9, 10 hours sometimes. And, you know, and then you get like, I would get way less viewership than if I just did like a random live stream kind of thing and just uploaded it. So it was just like, yeah, it's just not worth it. Because for the people who were watching it, they did seem to be really into it. It's just, it was too few people. Just because I was like, what mods am I running? The map. What other mods am I running? It's just the map. That's it. No other mods. So there's no super strength, no lumberjack, no auto loader, none of that stuff. And believe me, it was every other episode that I was like manually loading those things in the forklift that the temptation to just grab auto loader and be done with it was real. I did figure in that series, had that continued, eventually when I got to the production line, there would be a point I would start using the auto loader just because. Mid to late game farm sim with the production lines, if you don't use autoloader, it's forklift simulator. Alright. So now I want to go down and clean up that edge of this field, and then we got one more sorghum field to plant, at which point we'll be ready for the next in-game day. The thing I need to remember is to do a passive fertilizer tomorrow in-game, which we can actually set up for that. Actually, I'll deal with that in a moment. We'll finish this spot, I'll get it on the next field, then I'll set that up by grabbing the blue tractor and parking it with the sprayer along the edge of one of the fields. Just as a reminder that, hey, I need to do this. I already got you square. Are you good? Yeah, you're good. Do not forget to fertilize. Yep. Alright. So just gotta clean up this edge of the field over here. And we'll get that going. I'm also wondering in Farm Sim 25 with the deformation from driving over the crops, if it will be a thing that when you seed the field and then you drive over it and like you kind of pit it and put like the dips in and all that from You know, from driving it over in your tractor after seeding it, if that'll prevent those crops from growing. I've got all these like little gaps where the AI does a bad job on these. All right. I did debate for like until we had the achievement. The AI never does a bad job. AI is always bad. All right. You put that down. Grab the fertilized sprayer. All right, we'll park it right over here. Why not fertilize it now? It won't let me. You can't fertilize back to back. So what I could do is I can park it here. And so this is actually saying it's at, there we go. If I do it, it won't function. That's actually one of my complaints about Farm Sim 22 is the idea that like you can't fertilize the field until like I have to like fertilize, then herbicide, then I can fertilize it again kind of thing. But I can't like do one pass of fertilizer and then come around and do another pass or do like a slower, higher yield pass or anything like that. I do hope with the next one that we can just do our fertilizer in one go. I get that. I think the idea behind making it so you had to do multiple passes is like in a lot of times with like farming, especially here in Florida where it rains all the time, they don't go down and they just spray the field with fertilizer once and then, you know, that's it for the year. With all the rain, if they're using like liquid fertilizers and all that, it gets washed away, so they end up doing another round as it goes on. I believe a lot of them use solid fertilizers, so it's not the same issue. So it's basically the point is they don't just do one pass of fertilizer and it's done. They do add fertilizer here and there as needed. But even then, I would imagine a lot of them, they probably do one application of fertilizer per crop per season kind of thing. But I don't know. It's not something I've ever asked. But the point being is, game mechanic wise, I wish no matter what, it was like you do your one pass. But yeah, that'll be fine. Because the next in-game day, we'll quickly do a round of the fertilizer spray. And then it'll be about time for us to start getting to the harvesting. And once we get to the harvesting, that's when things get hectic of me cultivating this field while harvesting this field and then driving back and forth with the stuff we've harvested to wherever I need to sell it or drop it off or whatever. That's another question is, how is our production lines going? So you're all fine there. Yeah, so that says it's distributing. So what I'm gathering with the distributing going on here is that the way this works is when I've set it to distributing, it won't sell or whatever, it just distributes. So that would imply that what I would want to potentially do here is I would want to go here and make more bakeries so that I'm producing more bread so that the wheat I'm putting in just escalates that. Because that would certainly be an interesting one. Yeah, because right now you have 64,000 units of flour in there, and that's stopped at 30. And you can see here that's got a bunch in there. I'm not too worried. I'm not growing much wheat. And I really don't want to sit here and do one of these where we go production, bakery. You know, I really don't want to turn to the point where we're doing this kind of thing. where I've got a bakery that's next to a bakery, 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 just to do the production lines evenly, because we wanted to do a variety of stuff. It would be more lucrative if I did it that way, but I think we'll just do is once the grain mill's full, I might just start selling, selling all the wheat or whatever, and go with that. I'd also say once we're done with the sorghum, that we've got the achievement for it, probably switch all the fields over to wheat, because I believe the wheat is more lucrative than the sorghum, and so I could just turn around to just sell the wheat as wheat, and do that instead. Or it could even be, again, that we take these fields and we save up the money to switch them over to the cotton, and just make the cotton harvester happen. Because unfortunately, it takes a lot of cotton to make a bale. Doesn't wheat give straw to animals? Yes. So right now I got a bunch of little wheat fields in the middle, and then we've got the sorghum out here, which I'm doing the sorghum specifically because there is an achievement for selling 500,000 liters of sorghum. And as I said, I'm somewhere in like the 400,000 and some change liters. I don't know exactly where we are. All right. Got a stump there that wasn't ground down. That's fine. Man, that's probably the reason I didn't buy the bale loader right now, is because I have this going. We're going to spend a bunch of money on labor before we get the before we reach the point that we're going to get our next major payout. Like, we'll get like 10, 20,000 here and there from the greenhouses and all that. But that's a whole thing. I do wonder with the, sorry. It's over here. With the animals, I haven't done the pigs yet. Because the thing I find interesting is when we consider, like, the pigs and all that, is very genuinely with a lot of these, like, the chickens, they give you eggs as the product that you sell. The cows give you milk, the sheep give you wool, the horses, you ride them. But the pigs, the product you get from pigs in real life is the pig. The pig is the product. I mean, chickens in reality, you also sell chicken and whatnot. But the pig is the product. It doesn't give you eggs or milk or whatever. Like, I mean, technically they have milk, but you don't go to the store and buy yourself a carton of pig milk. And so I am wondering if it's one of those things that, like, when the pig population gets high enough, do I get boxes of meat or whatever? Or is it strictly the slurry and I have to go and sell the pigs manually? I haven't run into that before. So I am curious mechanically how that works. That, as, like, anytime it fills up, that we sell half the pigs and let the population start building back up. That said, the achievement is just for breeding them, so I'm not worried about one way or the other. Man, I'm definitely excited for doing the rice paddies. I want to know what the other crops we get, because I'm assuming we won't have just 2 crops for the mechanic of flooding fields. I would assume we're getting 3, 4, 5, something like that. Well, actually, for a beginning thing, maybe more. But that we would get, a handful of crops. So I am holding out hope that cranberries will be one of them. Just because I think that would be fascinating. Because just the order of operation that with rice, my understanding is you flood the field at the time you seed them, and then the rice is very hungry so far as the water, so it brings the water level down as you go through the process, and then you harvest at the end. Whereas cranberries, my understanding is it does require a lot of water as well, but you kind of have it almost like boggy, like very muddy, kind of boggy to start with. You plant the cranberries, and then when it comes time to harvest, you flood the field and that cranberries float. So that the idea is you flood the field as your means of harvesting, they all come up to the top, and then you skim them off the top of the water. That's my understanding, but I also haven't done it myself, and I've only kind of gotten passing information on it, so I could be entirely off base. But we'll figure it out when we get there. I did see that Norlands had a big update that a lot of people have been checking it out. I haven't heard the results of what people thought. Like I did catch a little bit of a couple of content creators who are friend of the channel and all that. I did catch a little bit of their gameplay, but I really didn't see what their kind of final opinions were. Because that was the one that was the colony builder that when we first played it, they made a bunch of like really weird, edgy choices about it. And I mean that make RimWorld seem very tame. To a point we played it just a little while, and then there was a couple of choices that we got in there. I'm like, I'm not even comfortable playing this. Like, this makes me, like, I am actively feeling uneasy about this game. And so I decided not to play it farther. But my understanding was they got that feedback, and they flat out scrapped most of those things that people got really uncomfortable about. And like I said, part of the problem was it wasn't like RimWorld where you may choose to do awful things, but you can also choose not to. In that particular version, the tutorial itself required you to do really awful things. And so it, like, a bunch of people were like, nah, man, this gets into an area I just don't want to. But I heard they scrapped it all, and so I am curious, because, like, aesthetically the game looked amazing. There was a lot of promising systems and all that in there. It was just, it had this, like, these weird design choices that were very off-putting. But I am curious about how it is now. Yeah, the worst thing, when your opinion was the game forcing you to do that one thing in the tutorial. Yeah, exactly. And for context, the game has slavery. It also has a need of sex. And, well, had. I don't know if it still does, but had. And you could combine these two concerns. And you get where that goes. Where you're very like, I really don't want to do this. But in the tutorial, like, it showed you how to combine the things, and you were required to combine the things to advance the tutorial. It's like, look, man, I'm not even okay doing that in simulation. Like, sure, you can make the argument, it's like, well, you kill people in games, how's that different? It's like, don't get me wrong, if we're comparing in real life, yes, these are both horrific things. But even in the simulation, one just gives you the big ol' ick feeling. But like I said, they've scrapped a bunch of that. It's not sure if it's still a thing. You know, slavery is still in the game. You saw patch notes that got expanded. So that's one of those things that, like, that is a mechanic in a game. I know it's not something I personally like engaging in game, like games having slavery as a mechanic in them. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because especially like historic games, yes, if you're playing a game and it's got like ancient Egypt and Greece and Rome, those were things there. Now, I'm not saying they should be required to be there, because none of these games are actually historically accurate. They're kind of a caricature of history. And, like, RimWorld has it as well, and it's just those mechanics they choose not to engage in. But, like, if that was the main point or focus of the game, it'd be a deal breaker for me personally. Unless again, it was, like, a commentary on, like, how awful it is or whatever. Or, like, you know, games like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is trying to be not fully historical accuracy. There is no... the main characters in the game aren't real people. But, like, the depiction of the world, it's like, well, yeah... there was that stuff, like, and it did do a good job of kind of demonstrating the world as it was in that situation. Still a lot of inaccuracies, like when you play Red Dead Redemption 2, like, every other person will pop out a gun and start blasting, and the fact of the matter is, even in the Wild West, like, the people who carried firearms was a higher rate than a lot of places, but even then, most people weren't walking around town packing heat. A lot of the little frontier towns actually didn't allow you to carry your firearms. publicly back then. That's actually what led to some of the bigger things, were people at odds with those policies, and then having people who wanted to steal stuff and all that. But even then, we romanticize a lot of like those events and expand them to be way worse than they really were. That they'll make it out like the entire town is this one giant gunfight. And it's like, oh yeah, no, like 3 people shot at each other. All right, well, we're on an ad break real fast, so I'm gonna quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a second. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Alright, Train. I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Breaking news, Rual single-handedly cuts down the Amazon. Hey, that's what it gets for taking up so much of the planet. It's all like, I produce most of the air on the planet. Look, nature, no one asked you.
We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the I tried to be understanding. Monty Python. He wouldn't write into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. But yeah, no, it's I do agree with the whole thing that it is
more than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? For a very long time. It's the classic of, you can do first aid to make it so you can spend like less time limping around, but then you have to... Oh, right. And I am back, and the game was still running, because even if you hit like escape on this game, the game doesn't pause. Well, I mean, actually, I think there's a setting for it.
I need Poppy.
Yeah.
I'm needy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. And you love me.
It's true.
You love the needy person. What's that say about me?
Look, some people just want attention.
I love you so much.
Love you too. All right. And we're just going to go ahead and get all this stuff going on. Because we got to repair this, but that means we've got all our sorghum planted. So we are ready to advance the date to the next one, to then get the fertilizer all dealt with. And then after we get the fertilizer all dealt with on those ones, we'll be ready to, I believe, advance. I think it's 2 more days, and then we harvest. We start harvesting everything, not literally harvest everything. Repair this. Why am I having this weird deja vu feeling? Is today canola? Today's not the canola as well, right? No, this is planting. Okay, we're good. Because the canola we harvest. Yeah, okay. I was weirdly having this thing where I was like, wait, is today, like, because it's, I remember the canola happens at the same time as some other stuff, and I haven't missed it yet, but I've definitely, like, finished all the things. I'm like, I'm ready to wrap, and then you drive by the canola field and go, hang on a second, that's ready to harvest. I imagine that's not a real thing you gotta worry about in real life, of just accidentally forgetting to harvest one of your entire fields. Considering, you know, it's not like the crop just dies overnight. So you'd be doing your rounds of, like, whatever maintenance or whatever on the farm and be like, oh yeah, that's about ready. We should get that on there. I mean, realistically, you probably have all of it in that's scheduled to have like, extra people working that day and whatever else you gotta deal with. You probably have all your logistics sorted out. Because it's not like home gardening, where you plant your tomato plants, and you walk out the field and go, do those look ripe yet? Yeah, let's go ahead and grab them. No, not quite yet. Let's leave them a little while longer. You probably just kind of estimate it's like, okay, these should be ripe around this point in time, and then you start going through your field and harvesting them all. And the difference would be is maybe one year you have, you know, somewhat higher or lower amount you get of your crop because maybe some of them didn't quite get ripe, or, you know, like slightly higher rate of having them ripe just because, or like overripen just because of weather and all that. All right. So now we need to do the fertilizer in those fields. Come on. And we can go right here. And grab more eggs. Yeah, that'd be the big one to deal with, is just the fact that I'm going to keep needing more stuff there. Am I actually seeing the population of the animals go up? I have no idea how aggressively they breed, because we had the 60 pigs. And they still have to be hit adulthood and everything else. So I've got those. Wait, do we already have... it was 360 chickens is how much this could... Oh yeah, no, that's, I think we've already literally bred all the chickens already. That we already got that many more chickens. Interesting. They're not worth much to sell the chickens themselves. Not enough, I think. Well, actually, I mean, even those aren't worth that much. It's still fine. We could probably make some pretty good money doing it. Yeah, so it makes me wonder, like, with, like, the chickens, if I drop 100 chickens, that'd be 2,500. No. Oh, right, you go to the animal dealer. I was like, why can't you do this? So you go to chicken coop. Yeah, so we've maxed out this, so I can grab these chickens, and I could say, hey, I want to sell 60. Yeah, so selling 60 chickens would only give me 1,200 bucks. So the eggs are going to be worth way more than that. So we won't worry about that. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? So it's not worth me caring about. Yep, and so in the meantime, we're just going to go ahead and get our fertilizer sprayed. And that'll all be good there. Luckily, that's not too slow. Like, it only takes like 3-4 passes per field. And then if we check here, July, we pull up the wheat and the canola. And then the next month, we pull up the sorghum, and we plant the canola, then we plant the wheat, and then we do it all again. Like I said, I'm hoping we'll be done with the sorghum this season. And once we're done with the sorghum, I want to go after the cotton. Like, that's a decision I'll have to make. I want to do it. But, like, so the cotton we plant in February, and then we basically harvest it in October. So that would also be nice because it gave me something like way off on its own schedule, but I would have to make almost $1 million between them, and I don't think that's realistic. You okay? I'm doing pretty good. Alright. So I go ahead and get all this sorted out, though. Trying to keep a rough eye on time, just that way around 11 we'll do our game split for the day. I haven't decided what it's gonna be. I'll probably do a poll, and I'm thinking about including like workers and resources on the poll since people have mentioned that before, like again, and whatnot. Just in that spell, like I've debated doing that one. I've debated revisiting Ship Graveyard Simulator 2 because they're updating regularly. That's for those who don't remember, that one's like hard space shipbreak where you disassemble stuff, but instead of being spaceships that you cut apart with like lasers and all that, instead it's like a salvage yard full of like actual naval vessel kind of things. So it's, you know, about like burning out the rivets or like breaking out the rivets and knocking apart panels and all that. When we played it, they had a bunch of like these weird mini games, and I hear you can like just skip a bunch of the mini games now if you don't want to do them, because some of them were kind of fun, but after a little while they get super repetitious. Sort of like taking apart the boat itself was fun, but then you get the mini game like just, you know, it's one of those things that the stuff comes across the conveyor belt and you swing the conveyor belt back and forth so it goes to the right chamber or whatever, and stuff like that was like, but I don't know. But yeah, I've been trying to come up with what else I want to work on. I also debated, since Planet Coaster 2 got announced, you know, maybe with like Planet Coaster 2 and all that, like doing some Planet Coaster stuff, but that was when we played in the channel. It didn't really do very well. Like, it's a fun game, but I feel like people played a lot of it when it came out, and just, I mean, genuinely, I think Roller Coaster Tycoon tends to get better viewership than Planet Coaster does, because it's a classic. Like when Roller Coaster Tycoon came out, it revolutionized a number of things. Like a lot of Tycoon games we play today, the concepts for them came from Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was hardly the first Tycoon game, but it did a good job of really fleshing out the genre in a much bigger way than we had seen before. Because before that, we had, like, Dino Park Tycoon or whatever it was, like Dino Tycoon, where you just had a map and it had, like, your 8 segments or whatever it was, and you could choose between, like, I think it was, like, glass exhibit, wire, like, chain link fence exhibit, concrete exhibit, or electric fence, I think were your only options. And then you just choose what animal goes in it, and that kind of thing. So really all it was like these 8 inputs, and I don't even remember if there was like staff to the game or whatever. But yeah, versus like, you know, when you got to Roller Coaster Tycoon, you'd actually like draw out the paths and put stuff here and decide what you're gonna put there and have entertainers, and you'd have people get upset about lines, and, you know, really expanded the formula in a way we hadn't seen till that point. And for all it's worth, is even nowadays, the original Roller Coaster Tycoon's held up well. And very sadly, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon as a genre, the person who made it, Tom Sawyer, he made the second one, and he was like, okay, I'm done. I've made the games I want to make. And the publisher over them, Atari at the time, turned around and was like, but no, we want more. And they owned the IP, so they started making, Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, which did okay. That's where it jumped to 3D, and that kind of lost a lot of its charm then. And then they turned around, they started spitting out mobile games and a bunch of other stuff, and really none of them did well after that. Some of them, like the reviews they got later on, were absolutely horrendously bad. And one of the fascinating things was Frontier Developments. They actually worked on Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I think it was under a different name at the time. But they worked on Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, and they really kind of wanted to do another theme park game to that quality. And just, that's not what Atari was interested in. That's just not how they're approaching it. And so Frontier went on their own and made Planet Coaster. And it was, what was it, Roller Coaster Tycoon World? That they were like, supposedly it's like Atari trying to save the IP, save the Roller Coaster Tycoon brand. And they put out a playtest that didn't get good reviews, and then Planet Coaster was going to drop, so Atari set the deadline to be release the game one day before Planet Coaster, and just Roller Coaster Tycoon World was in a really bad state at the time when they dropped it, but they dropped it anyways, and that pretty much killed the Roller Coaster Tycoon brand, which is a shame. Because I think it was even Tom Sawyer came out later and was like, these aren't good, like, these aren't good games, and like he's like really upset with what he's done with this brand, this IP he came up with. He's like, this is really awful. It's like, I'm really sad that, this is where this went. But then Frontier's been trying to, carry things forward with Planet Coaster and all that. So I'm excited to see a new one, because we've had a couple others try to enter the theme park tycoon genre. We got like Parkitect and some of those other ones. But I wouldn't say any have been a particularly strong group getting into it. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon had their whole thing. Then you have Planet Coaster, which, it deviates from the model a little bit, and there's definitely pros and cons with that. I really like it. Like, as far as the aesthetics and all that you can do in Planet Coaster, it looks amazing. Like, it's a much more advanced thing so far as what it does. And, like, the being able to design the roller coasters and that, the tools they give us in Planet Coaster are way better than we had in Roller Coaster Tycoon. But, like, the game balance and all that just isn't there. So as, like, a holistic game, it doesn't deliver as well as Roller Coaster Tycoon did. But, like, a lot of these ones, like Parkitect, and there's some, like, Open Park or whatever, they're fine. But, like, a lot of them, what you can do is just nowhere near as in-depth as the others. But I'm excited to see it. Roller Coaster Tycoon, not Roller Coaster Tycoon. Planet Coaster Tycoon is going to be adding, like, water park attractions, like drop slides and all that, so you can make yourself a proper water park too, which will be fun. And I know there's probably people out there who's like, oh, I really wish it was just a DLC for that type of content, but I'm like, no, I'm kind of happy they're making a new game. It'll give it a chance to, like, freshen up the, like, they've done a lot of changes to the Cobra engine, because that's Frontier's thing, is the Cobra engine's their own thing. They use it for, like, almost all their games, whether it's Jurassic World, Planet Zoo, Planet Coaster, Elite Dangerous, all of that's written on the Cobra engine. And so they have a whole thing about regularly iterating on their engine and making it better and better and better. And so there's been a lot of time that stuff's been worked on in the engine since Planet Coaster came out, so you'd imagine the things they could do have massively improved. It'll be exciting. Alright. And that is another field done. Let's see, you think Planet Coaster shines when you focus on building the park of your dreams? The business management side of the game is a bit lackluster. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, it's a perfectly serviceable business management thing. Like, it's fine. But my argument is it's low A tier, upper B tier on that side of it. Whereas that's actually one of the things I'd say Roller Coaster Tycoon got really well, that from the business management side of it, the balance of the game was just extremely good. So where I'd actually argue, like, making the park of your dreams in Roller Coaster Tycoon, for its time, it was, like, S tier. But then, you know, it's been 15 years since it came out, or whatever time it's been. And so, compared to the stuff you can do in the modern games, like the Planet series and all that, you know, it holds up well enough. But it definitely is nowhere near as, like, the things you can do now are definitely a step forward. But yeah, like, that's a place I'd say Planet Coaster falls behind, is just the balance and all that and whatnot, and like the mark of the campaign and all that. Like, in some ways they added more features to Planet Coaster that do align with reality, but end up being a little bit more frustrating to deal with than in Roller Coaster Tycoon, because Roller Coaster Tycoon had the idea of, like, it's a new ride, it's been around for a while, and that's kind of it. But Planet Coaster takes it a step farther and goes, oh, well, the cost of continuing to maintain the ride increases as the ride gets older, which makes sense, it wears out. And that's fine. And the popularity of a ride, you know, ebbs and flows as the ride's been around a while. That's fine. But they took that even like a step farther, that the more complexity you add to the ride, the more it breaks down.
Thank you, Spencer1564, for subscribing for 9 months. Rual Wave Rual 10.
Hey, Spencer, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 9 heckin' months. I really do appreciate that, so it means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel that long, so thank you for that. But yeah, I really appreciate the support. But yeah, so that's just the kind of thing. So they have, like, those mechanics that's like, okay, it's a realism thing, but you want to make these giant, ridiculous roller coasters do all sorts of funky stuff, and then, like, actually keeping that ride running on any reliability is almost impossible. Which, again, does match real life. If you look at, like, attractions at theme parks and all that in real life, the more complicated the attraction in general, this is broad strokes brushier, the more maintenance problems they end up having. Where, like, they have to take down the ride a lot more, do maintenance routinely, and the ride's breaking down a lot more. It's also interesting that in real life, when a new ride comes out, they tend to have all sorts of problems when they first open the ride, and then they kind of hit a rhythm where things get pretty stable. And then, like, as the ride ages, it starts breaking down a lot more often, too. So, it's kind of one of those things. On one hand, it's cool that they try and simulate that, but also at the same time, you go, okay, but gameplay loot-wise, you know, people want to make the big, elaborate roller coasters. That's one of the big draws to that genre, is to make these roller coasters that twist and turn, and, like, you have 2 or 3 roller coasters go through the same loop-to-loop on one ride, and that, you know, it, like, sweeps down to the main street of your park, and, you know, maybe it goes, you know, like, corkscrews around a walking path. You know, all these, like, ridiculous stuff that in real life you wouldn't do for a really large range of reasons, between, you know, liability of potentially people getting hurt, or, like, in real life everyone would be upset because this roller coaster would be blasting around them at all times, so you wouldn't be able to have a conversation with anyone because you just hear the roller coaster screaming by at all times. But hear me out, in the video game, it's pretty cool. But because of all the extra maintenance costs and all that, you can't really do it. Because it's not even like if it was like there was an upkeep cost, that, like, oh, you made this complicated roller coaster, it costs an extra $2,000 a month to maintain. It's that the ride breaks down more, and anytime the ride shuts down, you just watch it hemorrhage money. I still think it's an excellent game, and I have fun with it, but that to me is the weak part of Planet Coaster, which I actually feel is something they do way better in Planet Zoo. I feel like Planet Zoo does a lot of things really well. Now, it's got its own problems, like the animal market kind of thing. I get they wanted to simulate stuff that happens in real life, where you've got these accredited zoos that they trade animals and all that sort of stuff, so it's not even really about the money so much as they're like, hey, I need this animal. And it's not like a formal credit system, but they all work together on that kind of nonsense. And so they wanted to simulate that, but it just made, like, the animal market this kind of weird thing And I really like that I personally like that they made a lot of the stuff like, you know, the animal care, the having the stuff that promotes conservation and all that stuff as things that matter in the game for your rating and all that, because in real life that's also true. Like, the zoos that are the most successful are AZA accredited here in the US, which is just the thing that basically means you treat your animals in certain ways and their exhibits are appropriately sized and they have enrichment stuffs to keep the animals lively and entertained and, you know, generally happy animals or whatever. And I like that, but I know it is one of those things that added a lot of complexity to the game that confused a bunch of people. And so that's kind of where I feel like it's both a strength and a weakness of the game. From the educational standpoint, it's a great amount of benefit, but then from like just playing the hecking game, at times it can be frustrating to manage. Planet Zoo also had some issues with the automation side of the thing, where scaling up your zoo, that there would be certain things that just did not scale well, that you had to do too much micromanagement of. Which is a big thing in these genres, like the tycoon genres, is you do need ways to scale. It's fine to make it so you have to like micromanage some exhibits at the beginning, but there needs to be some mechanism down the road where you're like, okay, I've got that mostly stable, I can kind of leave it alone. Maybe every once in a while I gotta tweak a price, or I gotta tweak this thing, you know, keep it happy, but otherwise it's mostly stable. That way you can focus on like making new exhibits and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise what happens is, as the micro gets to be too much of a pain, you can kind of only get your zoo or park or whatever so big before you're busy stamping out all of the fires all over your park and doing that kind of thing, and not expanding and doing more interesting stuff. Now you're in maintenance mode, and that could be a problem. That's a problem with Software Inc. specifically, is there's a lot of the scaling becomes problematic. That's also a problem with Supermarket Simulator. There's a lot of stuff that you have to do enough micro around it that as your store grows, it becomes more of a hassle than fun, because you're too busy managing like just a whole bunch of inventory micro and not working on other things. Start with spider exhibits and scale up by getting bigger spiders. The exhibits were actually the big problem when the game first came out. When the game first came out, there was no real way to like meaningfully manage the exhibit population, because you can make it so they weren't allowed to breed. And if you did that, what would end up happening is a lot of those animals don't live very long. So you would leave it alone for a couple of minutes and then be like, oh, you know, like, there's no more animals in this exhibit because they all died of old age and you didn't replace them. But then if you let them breed, they would breed ridiculously fast, and it would be constantly going, oh, there's too many of this animal in this exhibit, and so you'd have to try and get rid of them, and you'd turn around 5 minutes later, oh, there's too many animals in this exhibit. And it would get frustrating. And they did make it so that there is a thing that you could, I think it was, it would automatically store the animals after a certain amount in your, like, animal storage or whatever, automatically sell them. I don't remember exactly how it works. But they did add that because it made it so you'd use exhibits in the early game until you got frustrated dealing with them and you'd get rid of them. Thank you for the follow. Welcome for the stream. Versus, you know, the things that people really wanted to do later in the game was to get, like, tiger and panda exhibits and all these kinds of stuff. I also remember when they added the Arctic animals, so they added polar bears and all that. I remember people were really upset because the polar bear exhibit, like, the requirement was a huge exhibit. Like, an absolutely astronomically large exhibit. And people were like, this is entirely unreasonable, like, you know, how am I supposed to keep this animal in my zoo? And it was one of those things that's like, right, but that's like the actual size this animal needs. Like, this is an accurate representation of what this animal needs. And they ultimately did go, okay, well, we're still gonna make it need a fairly large exhibit, but we'll back off a bunch so that it's at least a bit more reasonable for the game. But it was like an unintentional like social commentary. It's like, this animal requires like an exhibit that is like prohibitively large, like no zoo's gonna have that. And they're like, huh? And that's what it should actually require. Like, that's what that animal needs. And it's like, well, my local zoo has. I'm like, all right, well, I want you to stop and think about that for a minute. This is what this animal needs, and your local zoo's not doing it. So just saying, maybe your local zoo isn't the greatest representation of this particular animal situation. It was also understandably impossible to get it, so like the people were happy with being able to see the polar bear. Because the exhibit was ginormous, so the polar bear was rarely near where you need it to be for people to be happy. I also find it amusing as like a real zoo issue that very, very famously when you go to most zoos, you get to the later part of the day, especially if you're someplace hot, and seeing the animals gets to be really hard because they all kind of like go in the back corner and they're laying down because it's hot, so they don't want to be out. You know, they don't want to be around people, so they get away from everyone. And everyone complains that they can't see the animals that well, that they're so far in the back and all that. It's like, yeah, that's just a zoo. Animals do that. And they do stuff to draw them to the front, like they put the feed trough or dish or whatever pretty close to the front, so that way when the animal wants to eat, it has to get to somewhere that's fairly visible and all that. But then you play like Planet Coaster, and the people being like, I can't see the animals. Like, yeah, that's a zoo. That's just the way zoos are. If you wanna get the best look at the animals, you show up right there first thing in the morning, before they, you know, while they're still energetic, running around. It's cool. They're not peopled out yet. And then if you show up at 2 p.m., you just accept you're gonna get a bunch of tired animals that kind of just want to lay down. That's zoos. Animals acting in a natural way aren't particularly entertaining very often. You kind of feel bad for the animals. You know, it's just virtual animals in Planet Zoo, but still. Oh yeah, no, that's like, especially the animals, like, because like one of the ways you get around the not being able to see the animals in Planet Zoo is you can make like glass walkways over their exhibit. And I was like, man, in real life, an animal would be so stressed out by that like it, like certain animals who just really don't care. But for like the animals who tend to want to just get away from people, that would be one of those things that the animal would be maximum stress. Which so like that stuff, like for petting zoos, for example, llamas are an animal that can get really stressed out after a while. Which is why, you know, petting zoos do the whole thing where they have like the corral you can't get to. And so like when the llama gets stressed, they'll like lead it into the back area and be like, all right, you just, you know, stay back here. You don't need to be around the people right now. Yeah, they get old, sick and old. Oh yeah, that's the other one in Planet Zoo. You get your animals, so you had like the tiger for a long time. And then it gets sick and old. Like the worst thing is, I believe by default, it'll like zoom in on the animal when it goes to die for being sick and old, so you watch it die and you're like, don't do that. My feels. I think they eventually changed it later so you could like click on the thing to take you to the animal, or you could just let your staff deal with it and not watch it die. Which again is the thing that happens. Like that's a real thing. Not that we necessarily need to like gamify or whatever, but that's you know, Tomb works at an area that's got, you know, animals and people who take care of them and all that, and that's one of the difficulties is when one of the animals that's been around forever, you know, it gets old and passes away, that it really kills morale there. Even if you go, it's like, you know, this animal normally lives to be 50 years old. This one passed away at like 68 or something. So, you know, it lived way past what you'd normally expect. But, you know, from the day you started that job, even if you worked there 20 years, that animal was just always there. So, you know, it's like not only having a pet, but having a whole lot of pets. And getting to work with especially like all sorts of cool animals. That there's a lot of animal keepers who don't last just because that kind of stuff. It can be very hard on them. That and animal keepers don't get paid well. Very unfortunately. It's a job that people are passionate about, so unfortunately, a lot of places take advantage of that. Alright, we're on that last sorghum field. It just has to do one pass up, one pass down, and then this will be done spraying, and they'll be ready to move stuff forward as well. I know that's a job. Like, on one hand, if I had the opportunity to be an animal keeper, on one hand, it would be a job that'd be very fascinating, very interesting, but, like, one, you're dealing with animals, and that's always got a certain level of frustration and wild card to it, because you'd be like, hey, animal, I need you to get in here, and the animal's just not feeling it that day. I mean, if it's a big old tiger out there and it just doesn't want to come in, it's like, all right, well, what do we do? And most of the time, when the animal is just like, I don't want to go in the barn, it's like, okay, tiger's not coming into the barn tonight. That's fine. It can sleep out in its exhibit tonight. It's only like, if they have something like, you know, some type of medical thing that they need to do, they're like, no, the tiger needs to come back. And I don't know how they approach all that, but that gets difficult because you can't just send out people to shoo the tiger back in. It's a freaking tiger. If it doesn't want to go somewhere, you know, unless you're ready to like tranquilize it, it's just you don't get to do anything about it. It's made its decision and it's bigger than you are. But yeah, there's just dealing with them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You would only do that if there's like the only time you'd do something like to trank it to bring it back in or something is if it was like a major medical thing, like the tiger had gone and fight with another tiger in the exhibit, and you're like, no, the tiger's hurt. It needs to come back for surgery. It'd be about the only time you do that kind of thing. And I haven't heard about that kind of stuff happening, but it is a thing that sometimes animals in an exhibit will get in fights with each other. Yeah, or exactly. Or if like we've got like a really nasty hurricane rolling in, or it's like, well, no, the animals are going into the barn. Now, granted, usually the animals won't fight you on that kind of stuff. The animals don't want to be out in bad weather or anything else. Like that's kind of thing is it's pretty rare that the animals put up much of a fight about coming back because they know, like when they go back to the barn, they get food. They don't have to deal with people. Usually it's a lot more comfortable for them in the barn. So usually at the end of the day, like when they're approaching that day, a lot of zoos, you'll see them, like the animals like literally will be hovering around the back of their exhibit by a corner or whatever. That's the barn entrance. Because they know it's about to be supper time. They want to go back, they want to get their food, they want to get their noms, and all that stuff. It just, every once in a while stuff goes on. That like, something's out of whack and the animal's just like, alright. I keep seeing a weird shadow when I'm using the blue tractor that looks like, it looks vaguely like a hydraulic or a pneumatic just kind of floating off to the side. I haven't figured it out, because it's not, I'm not talking about like we've got like that shadow there, that's just the mirror. But I'll see like a little artifact that I'm not sure what it is. I noticed it last stream and it was just this New Holland. And I feel like something got broken on it graphically. And you can't just, kitty a tiger. Counter argument, you can. But that doesn't mean it's gonna work. But they do have some of the animals who will respond to that kind of stuff. Not from like formal training, that it's just, tigers will sometimes act like giant kittens. Dog just running around in the wheat field, doing doggo things. All right. And no amazing sales, I'm assuming. Not that I have any money right now anyways. Wait, what the heck was that thing on the right? Oh, slurry distributor. Yeah, I don't care about that. They're just big kittens that could take your face off of these, pretty much. Like that's you'll see videos where for like enrichment, the zoos will go and they'll give like they'll just put pumpkins into a bunch of the animal exhibits, like the tigers and all that. And so for like the tiger, it's just something different they don't see. And it's funny watching this cat that's like a metric ton of weight, just a metric ton of raw muscle, and it's just like scratching the pumpkin like it's a scratching post, just seeing like little flecks of pumpkin go everywhere, and you're going, that's adorable. Also, that is a terrifyingly large animal doing that. Alright, so we are in June now, so it is time. So June is the month we don't have anything going on. We fertilized, we've got that. Nothing is out of whack that I gotta worry about, so the animals got their feed. The health of our pigs is getting good. And all that. Our chickens are doing their chicken thing. So I'm just gonna pop over here to you to pick up some more eggs. They sometimes put dogs with them. The dog is raising a tiger. They love them. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of fascinating stuff that they'll put animals together and all that. That, you know, there's various benefits from it. Because sometimes it's just like a mutually beneficial thing, just having the animals in there. Not that they actually do anything with each other, but just the one animal does one thing to the environment that benefits the other animal. But yeah, no, they do sometimes. Some animals require companionship and they can't get a second of whatever that animal is. That's usually rescue situation where I have like someone was keeping a Bengal tiger or whatever, and they're like, well, no, I mean Bengal tigers don't. They're oh, what's the word I'm looking for? They aren't animals that live in groups. You seen hippo and rhino together? It's cute, yeah. But there are animals that, you know, they do need companionship to be happy. But just the nature of what the animal is, you know, they don't want to go out and capture another one. Tigers don't live in groups. What? Nope. They're the type, like when they're really young they do, but they do break off and kind of go different ways. Yeah, they're solitary. Yep. Yeah, lions live in groups, and then sometimes like when there's competition, you know, adult males will go off and do their own thing, like, you know, go seek out another place or whatever. But otherwise you have your pride, you have like a big group of lions. But like honestly, a lot of the big cats like panthers and tigers and all that, a lot of them tend to just be on their own kind of thing. Alright, so you're working on that. So today we have to harvest the wheat, we have to harvest the canola. I don't have anything I need to plant, but we will want to cultivate these fields afterwards. We will also want to pick up the straw at the end, which in hindsight, I should have started with one of the wheat fields and done that instead. So actually, we'll plan this one to do the cultivating. And I'll get them into position over here. And then we can grab you. And we'll go grab her baler. Because that'll be another nice thing, is all that. There are fewer pairings that are cuter than a baby rhino or baby hippo. Oh man, if you ever get to see like baby rhinos, baby hippos, baby elephants, they're freaking adorable. Like when they're like really, really tiny little babies, it's like, oh my god, could you be any cuter than you are? Animal that will one day weigh several tons. That and adult hippos are absolutely terrifying and dangerous. Hippos are very territorial. But, for the moment, adorable. Alright, so I am going to sell the eggs real fast. Because I need the semi to deal with the trailer for collecting the crop. So we'll get that all sorted out. But I've got just shy of 10,000 liters of eggs. That'll probably fetch us, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. It says hippos, the most dangerous animal in Africa after humans. Oh, I'd believe it. Like I said, they're very territorial and they can get very aggressive about it. And they're inquisitive? Yeah. There are just certain animals. I mean, generally, if it's a wild animal, you should leave it alone in general. But there are just certain animals that if you see it in the wild, it's not only that you should leave it alone, you should say, oh, it's time to get away from it. It's time to go the other way. Like, it's like when you see, you know, like baby bears or whatever, and you're like, nope, exit stage left, it's time to go. We are leaving. Baby bear? No. I don't want to be around this. This is not the place to be right now. Adorable, but also super dangerous to be around them. So good news is that influx of money from the eggs gave us plenty for picking up the bale loader. So that once we start loading up once we get the bales of straw, I'll have the bale loader all set up. I can't remember if the warehouse accepts bales. We're gonna find out. I know there is a building that will accept bales, I just don't remember if the basic warehouse does. Because if it does, then I can put the bales in there, and then as I need the bales for other stuff, we can use it for that. Because right now, with us selling directly now, I'm not really using that building. The warehouse first and foremost designed for bales? Gotcha. Yeah, I remembered there was a building that was like, there was a bale warehouse or whatever. I just couldn't remember what the basic one is. That's fine, because we can go ahead and we can load the bales in there. The other thing I should also consider doing is getting the silo for food for the animals as well. So that I could like silo a bunch of the wheat and other grains and whatnot. Oh, where are you? Oh, you're coming around that way? That's fine. All right. And we could slow it down to 6 miles an hour. Okay, you're good. I wasn't sure I was gonna have to like adjust its position or whatever. Okay. Yeah, because we do want to have a mix of the stuff for the achievements and for just straight up money. So, like, I've already got the oil building going. I'm not going to tear down the oil building just because, you know, like, gonna switch, like, fields or whatever. Alright. Let's see, can you have oil wells in the game? If you mean like pump jack oil wells? I don't believe so. I don't think... Was there... I don't think you can have like oil well... I mean, not counting mods, of course. I don't think there's anything like that. I do vaguely remember there was, I think, like a water pump or something that looked like one. So it wouldn't be silos. Yeah, we've got the mine shaft, but I don't think we have anything remotely like a pump jack or whatever. Let's see. If you're doing bales of any kind, you do a setup now with the stationary go well balers position so that it drops the bales directly into the warehouse. Collect the shaft with a forage wagon. Don't know if the process is quicker, but it's what you like to do. Yeah, no, it's almost all that kind of stuff you can definitely get mods for. Like there is a very large number of mods to the game. So I'm just letting that get itself sorted on what its path's gonna be, and then we'll start scooping up stuff there. And what we can do in the meantime is I've got you with the baler over here. We can drop that off. And while we get you moving, and we can go here to the bale loader. Let's double check with the bale loader. Make sure I get the one I want. Because when it comes to the bale loader, yeah, because those are rectangle, rectangle, rectangle. I mean, those are fine. Yeah, so you have like this one that can pick up like one or two. Then you have these ones here that they can pick up the rectangular ones that are giant. I prefer the round ones. I know they're a bit more annoying to make. I just really prefer the round bales. Because one, hear me out, they're cooler. It doesn't, like, all other arguments are moot. It's cooler, so there is no viable counter argument. If it's cooler, it just wins. It's just the way it is. It's like when you play any game and that you can potentially do, like, fashion things. It's like you play Dark Souls. It doesn't matter that the equipment's better. Does this cape look cooler? Well, I'm wearing the cape. I'm sorry. Yes, I know this one has better stats, but hear me out. The cape. Just don't get hit. Rule of cool beats all other rules. Exactly. There's a reason why there is the meme of Fashion Souls and Fashion Frame and Fashion Zoid, and all those. Because it's just too important. And then you have the person who joins your channel like, you know, you can reduce the amount of potential risk of getting a injury when you get grabbed if you grind your tailoring up to level 10 and you wear this specific outfit that covers every inch of your body and then tailor it with leather pads. I'm like, right? But it looks like I took my clothes out of a, you know, donation bin and just cut them all apart and stitched them all together into one giant massive patches. It may be superior in, like, a statistical level, but also, if you're getting hit, it doesn't matter. You're already making mistakes. Because that's just rolling the dice, did you die? And if you roll the dice more than once or twice, you're gonna die. Alright, these are gonna be over here first. So I've got our ability to both make the bales and to pick them up. So then the next purchase. Actually, I probably can't afford one. The windrowers. I grabbed that one by mistake. What is the widest windrower? So we got 14 meters. What would be the point of a 3 meter? Oh, I see. This is the back half. This is the front half. I understand. 15 meters. Yeah, so 15 meters is the widest windrower we get. Because then the idea is we could take that and scoop all in one pile. But the catch is, if we look at our equipment here, and I look at my header, you're 13 meters. So there's really not a big reason for me to consider doing the windrower if that header, like, you know, if it's doing nearly 15 meters and leaving a single path behind it, the windrower's not going to do a whole lot. Craig says, you ran a Warhammer 40k tournament back in March. Someone asked if they could use the original Land Raider model, which is significantly smaller than the current model. Officially in tournaments, this is known as modeling for advantage, but you allowed the use of the model on the basis on the rule of cool. The majority of the guy's army was the very first models he had ever bought. Yeah, well, it's stuff like that that you feel especially for it, because it's one of those things that, like, especially, and Warhammer 40k is super guilty of these kinds of things. It's one thing if you, like, you buy your units and you spent your $60 or whatever it is to get that Land Raider, and then, like, a year or two later they come out with, like, the next pack and, like, okay, well, we've remodeled it for balance, and you have to buy a second $60 Land Raider that's the same Land Raider. It's just a different piece of plastic because, you know, they did that. And, like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm like, nah, man. They may have changed the rules, but this first one's acceptable. Because I get pretty salty, and it's Warhammer 40k, as someone who used to play it myself. I used to get really salty about the whole thing where there was effectively a forced meta shift where they would introduce new units and they go, okay, well, this unit's now amazing. By the way, this tiny little pewter figurine is now $32. Brand new, like, on the shelf. And you're like, you just made this unit really good, and now you're charging me in a completely unreasonable price for what this is. Yup. Good old Games Workshop. Hey, we need to make a little bit of money? Let's go ahead and really, really, really buff one of the armies to be entirely unreasonably strong. That way, everyone who wants to be competitive in the tournaments has got to buy it. Imperial Guard. Let's see. Your tournament is a doubles event, styled after what we like. Referred to as Beer Hammer. Play in the pub over 2 days. Great weekend. Hey, I mean, that sounds good. The last time I did one of the tournaments for Warhammer 40k, because I used to play the Dark Angels Deathwing drop. Just, you didn't, because it was not a competitive army. It was definitely putting me at a disadvantage for most stuff, because one, the rules were very stale for Deathwing at the time. So, like, a whole bunch of things. There were a couple armies that I could just walk over, and then there was a couple armies that was fairly balanced. Like, I really liked playing against Tyranid players, because the Tyranid army and the Warhammer 40k, the Dark Angels, if you're doing the Terminator army, felt pretty good, because the Tyranids had enough enemies that could just punch right through armor that it didn't feel incredibly unfair for them. And at the same time, they also could be very heavy number armies as well. And so it felt like there was a certain amount of balance to it. Between, like, the Gene Stealer. The Gene Stealers could just really do a number against my Terminators and all that. So that felt fairly reasonable, versus I hated playing against IG players, Imperial Guard players, because like every third unit they would have a plasma gun in their troop that could just bypass my armor. And I get invul saves, but when you're a low number of unit army, that was just not enough. And that I got into a discussion, this is for the Ard Boys tournament, which is just giant army tournament, that I pointed out in Imperial Guard, the rules at the time, you could have legitimately, with the rulebook, a 200-person squad, and you could literally stretch it from one side of the map all the way to the other side of the map and be one squad, and make a solid wall of units. And that if I landed every single hit and killed every single... You're talking English now, Warhammer lingo? Yeah, but I had it so if I landed every single hit with every single one of my units, I could not win the game against that squad. And I couldn't run past it because they had a rule in Warhammer where if you get into melee, you get stuck in it unless certain conditions are met. And we would not hit any of those conditions throughout the entire game. So literally a person who, if I fought that army, it was an unwinnable thing for a lot of scenarios because I wouldn't be able to walk to your side of the board because I would just get pulled into this big ball of enemies and the game would end from number of turns gone by before I could wipe them out. And I was like, this is not balanced. This is not okay. Like, there isn't a scenario I can win this game. You know, and that's just with the nature of the army. There's ways I could change the army to work out better, but it was a hard counter for my army. But that's always been a problem with Warhammer 40k, is just... It had game balance problems. It's still fun, and nowadays the rules are better, but back when I played... Yeah, I haven't played in a long time. I've heard they completely, they completely gutted the rules and, like, remade them, and it's supposed to be way better now. But, I haven't played since then, so I don't know. But, it was also one of those things, it's one of those games that, like, everyone at the table would be trying to make sure we're following the rules. Like, and not like we would argue, well, I want the rule to work this way because it could be interpreted this way and I get an advantage. You'd have people like, no, genuinely, I want to make sure we're following the rules. Hey, we're in this situation. Like, I'm not entirely clear how this is supposed to work. You know, does the rule mean A or B? And, like, really struggling to get some type of meaningful answer out of it. Very much a rock, paper, scissors, nuke problem. Yeah. And it was just like one of those things that, like, even when you're trying to be up and up on the rules, almost every single game, you'd be like, no, you're supposed to measure from this spot to this spot according to this rule. Well, no, but based on this rule, I'm supposed to be measuring from this spot to this spot, and both these rules apply. And you'd stare and goes, but these rules directly disagree with each other. So which is the actual one? Because if I'm supposed to measure from the bottom of the, like, the little plastic base it's sitting on, you're in range, I can hit you. But if I'm supposed to measure from the barrel of the gun on my plastic model, you're not in range, and I can't hit you. And I'm okay with it either way, but I don't know what the actual rule is. And so everyone would be trying to, like, figure out what the actual rule, like, they'd be pulling up forum posts and all that stuff, like, on the official, like, Games Workshop thing, because it'd have, like, here's the rules, and then there'd be, like, a special section on the forum that's like, here is, like, for the various things that people came up with that the rules weren't clear or whatever, here's what the corrections are, and it was just so thing. Oh, beating people in a Yu-Gi-Oh competition. You don't play anymore. You've gotten, but I've gone to more tournaments each year since I stopped and compared when I first played. The first thing I tell players at tournament I run is, don't come ask me about rule questions because I can't help you. Yeah. No, that was the local place that held, like, the big tournaments. These are tournaments that can, you know, like, they would have, like, prizes, like, actual, like, money prizes and all that. And generally, the way they approach disagreements in rules was like, you know, the ref or whatever, their word is final. But what they started doing is, because of disagreements around a lot of it, is they would have, you know, like 5 or 6 people running around, and if you got into a dispute where there's like an actual disagreement about the interpretation of the rule, they would just get 3 refs and they would just say, well, this is what we're deciding as the venue. And whatever they voted, like whichever way they vote on, that's for the rest of the tournament, that's the rule. Even if someone could demonstratively look later and say that is not the way the rule was interpreted by them, they're like, look, man, we're not having every single tournament be spending half an hour pulling up websites and all that for the official responses. No one has time for that. We need to get through this tournament in, you know, X number of hours. So, like, it doesn't matter if you can prove me wrong after the fact. We're just going to sit down and be like, all right, here's the 3. That's what we're doing. Let's see, if you get asked to break a deadlock, you roll the dice and assign the odds. Evens player. Yeah, we had that. Like, that's what they did before. But then there was definitely stuff where you could argue they were creative interpretations of the rules, and a person would push for the dice roll. And that got a little out of hand. So they did start having it where they have like 2 or 3 people that get together and like, here's the dispute. You know, what do people vote? And most of the time it'd be unanimously one side or the other. So it became like a non-issue, because if unanimously all the judges voted against you, well, you know, even if you were technically right, it doesn't matter. Let's see, but it made deck based around Buster Blade, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician. Yeah, I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, when it came to the card games, the one that I played the most was the Star Wars card game. I played some Magic the Gathering before that, but I enjoyed the Star Wars card game more. Because I felt like with playing Magic, is I had to have like a billion different tokens on the board to be like, okay, how much stats does my unit have left because there's this? Oh, they've got that unit that modifies my unit. And just keeping track of what the heck was going on the board sometimes was just too hard. And it's not that Star Wars didn't have that, but it was like the number of cards that had the type of mechanics where like you could keep it on one hand, and almost no one played them because they weren't typically strong cards. But there were many rules that were created at the place I played as a result of these strategies I came up with in that game. Which is always kind of a fun thing when you're like, huh, why does that rule exist? Like, oh, I can answer that question. So yeah, so there's this card that does this, this, and this, and if you combine it with these other 2 cards, it's a bad time. So they decided to not allow that anymore. Like, we had one place that there was a card called Brainiac that it was a gag card that you're not supposed to actually use, because most of the time it's only okay, that you're just better off with better units. You're not practically going to be able to build a deck around it that's going to abuse it. But the whole thing is like, its attack and defense scores were these massive calculations. Like, how many different territories did people have? How many different units did people have? Do some like algebra around all that. And it used to be a card I would keep in my deck just entirely for if someone was being a jerk and I just didn't want to deal with them, I'd play it. And I would manually run the calculation each time. And because usually it's like when someone is arguing a rule, it's like, do you, like, okay, you know, calculations this is my damage, do you trust me? And if it was a good number, they wouldn't trust you. It's like, all right, are you going to sit down here and check it? Okay, so we're finally bailing. And it could technically make the bales bigger, but it can't make the bales bigger and wrap them. Okay, so it does have the same problem that while it's doing that, I need to spit them out. Like, I need to not continue about them. But yeah, so that's, I can make them 180 centimeters as opposed to 150. But, if I make them that large, you can't wrap them anymore. Okay. But we'll get all these straw bales, we'll leave them by... Well, actually, I'll put them in the warehouse, and as I need them for the pigs, we can do that. I do like that this one, because it has to put it past the wrapper, it gives me an extra couple seconds to back up and move forward, because the last time we dealt with this, I had just the one without the wrapper, and the moment it would fill, or the moment it spit the other one out, is already going, and you wouldn't quite be able to get back. An Exodia deck built to stall till you draw all 5 pieces. You want a tournament that way? I did have a deck in the Star Wars card game, if I remember correctly, that the entire idea was it was designed to tie up the other players so they couldn't you know, do damage to me directly. Because they had a whole thing that, like, if there was units on the table, they had to attack that or whatever. I can't remember the exact, because they would, Oh no, is it the controlled territory, there was, like, an amount of force icons on it. And if they controlled a territory and you didn't contest it, they would do damage based on how many icons they had. So if I was the light side player, and they had a tile that they controlled that 2 of the light side things, I would take like 2 damage. I can't remember exactly how it worked. It's been way too long. But it was based on that. So controlling a lot of territory was very powerful in the game. But I had a bunch of cards that would just basically delay their ability to do that. And the entire idea was I had things that would force them to get additional cards or whatever. And so they would just keep drawing more and more cards. And if you ran out of cards in your deck, you lost. It was not a fun... I didn't play that deck very... But... What are you doing? Okay. Ever play a Dragon Ball Z card game? I actually didn't know there was a Dragon Ball Z card game. It shouldn't surprise me that there is one, because that seems fairly obvious that they would make one. But, I've never played it. But yeah, so that was... It was, like, that stalling deck was... It was an effective deck. There were some hard counters for it. But it was a very effective deck. It wasn't fun to play, like, as the person playing it or against it. It was not fun. Because half of the turns were, you don't get to do anything this turn. Okay, my turn again. Okay, you don't get to do anything this turn. Okay, my turn again. Okay, you don't get to do anything this turn. Alright, it's my turn. Okay, I can't stop you from doing something this turn, so you get to have a turn now. And just that for an entire game. As they slowly, card by card, draw away their entire deck. That's a Magic has kind of become. Yeah, no, that's that was very early on. Magic was the first one I got into, and I remember one of the first decks I did was a Plague Rat deck, which for Magic the Gathering, the Plague Rat was a unit that its strength and defense was equal to the number of it on the table. And so the entire gist of the game was to get as many Plague Rats out as you could as fast as possible. So the deck was very inexpensive to put together. All you needed were swamps to get black mana or whatever it was, and Plague Rats. And then you had like a handful of like utility cards to help out. And so you'd sit there and you draw a plague rat and you play it, and you draw a plague rat and you play it. And Magic had a rule where normally you couldn't attack the player directly as long as there was enemies on, or like units on the field that could fight. There's lots of cards to get around that, but that was the gist of it. So it didn't matter if a person managed to like drop like a 20, 30, like absurdly high stat Leviathan that cost them like everything they had just to get it out on the table. It could only attack one of my rats per turn, and it would kill the one rat. And I would manage to get 2 or 3 more rats out per turn. Until eventually my rats are like 20 units by themselves. And just able to wreck house. And then they had a rule that you weren't allowed to have more than 4 of the same card in your deck, or whatever the number was. It was like 4 or 6 or 8. And I got annoyed that broke my strategy. And then I came up with 4. And then I came up with a different deck. And then they made a rule against that. And it wasn't they were making rules against me individually. It was, people were finding all these really abusive combinations of cards. And, doing that. And they go, no, that's too strong. It's against the rules. And you kind of sat there, like, all right, look here, buddy. I'm taking the time to get these cards and come up with these strategies and all that. And the fact that your game is unbalanced isn't something that I should be punished for. Is it no fun? Yeah, maybe you shouldn't make such broken cards. And consider the balance of your game when you're making this. Alright. But after having like 4 different decks that, I get to play it for a little while, and then they put rules against them. Once I got to that point, I was like, you know what? Screw this game. Alright, so how are you doing over here? You got a ways to go yet, that's fine. Of course you are. Okay, so that is a note to self. That I need to be careful about, like, don't do the bales while it's harvesting that field, because that's what's happened, is there's a bale in the way. And it could just push it out of the way, but it's not going to. Give me a minute, give me a minute. Oh, you're gonna immediately complain about it again. Yeah, so that's the lesson here. Is that, because it does this repositioning after it does the headland. I'll take the time, because it's getting to the end, so I could just cut a straight line across. So I can just go grab these real fast. All right. Okay, so like I said, the good news is we'll have a whole lot of straw. And by having that straw, we'll be able to do the bedding for the pigs and all that, and not have to worry about it. So turn that. Okay, so got all you sorted out. All right. It's interesting being back to the point of collecting the straw again, because we used to do this before. It actually did get us an okay amount of money. It was something like an extra 12,000 a year from these handful of wheat fields just for the straw. My intention is to use it for bedding, and then if we... Like, honestly, once we get more than I need for the bedding, I will just probably skip baling it the next time. Just because this does take a while to do. And it's not that much money compared to all the other things I'm doing. It just mostly have animals that got needs. And I could buy the straw for the bedding, which is not honestly the worst to do. But that really cuts into my margins. I mean, realistically, if I were playing this and not going after achievements, I probably wouldn't keep the animals that require bedding that much. We'll see. Alright. And the dog's just like, hey, I know you just went through here with your big harvester. Don't mind me. Baler, I'll climb right in. Cats are liquid. Yup. And another added bonus we have with all this. Oh, you know, well, I mean, it's fine. I was gonna say, with the windrower, I technically could take 2 rows and make it into 1 row. It just doesn't really help me much. Because I could do the pass with the windrower to turn 2 rows into 1 row, and that's good because I can get in 1 pass. But then it means I've had to do a pass with the windrower, which then I do a second pass with whatever I'm going to pick up the what I've windrowed, which means I get 2 passes, which means I'm back at square one. Now, granted, the windrower I could drive much faster with it, but the fact of like driving back, grabbing it, hooking it up, getting back out there. Your cat just farted, so you now have authentic farmyard smell to go with the stream. Congratulations? Question mark. Oh, come on. All right, getting all our wheat. Okay, so we can park you over here for a minute. You're almost done, which is good news. All right. And sadly, I believe the round bale is one of the things that the AI just doesn't handle well. That's honestly one of the things I'm looking forward to seeing all the improvements and the changes in Farm Sim 25, is they're supposed to be doing massive overhauls on the AI and all that. And it would be really nice for a lot of these jobs like the baling here to be able to hand them like the keys to the baler, drop them on the field and be like, go, get it done. This is a you job now. And that it, like, even if they perform it inefficiently, that they could at least do it. Because it is one of the things that as you scale up the farm more and more, your ability to do stuff, do it all yourself, kind of gets to be less and less. Just like in real life. Like, there's things you can do to work around that. You could go into the game and say, okay, I want my months to be 3, 4, 5 days long, as opposed to just 1. And, you know, to do the same work, it'd take you, like, sorry, you put more in-game hours per progress of time, but you could do more in it. But genuinely, there's a lot of these stuff you want to just be able to hand off to the AI and be like, yeah, that's a you problem now, friend. Okay. Alright, so our tractor that was cultivating the other field just finished its work, which is fine, because what we'll end up doing is I'll end up doing the last of the baling of this field, get the harvester to the next field, then get the cultivator to this field. We'll pick up all the straw bales here real fast, and it'll drop off. What I'll probably actually do is I won't drop them off at the pigs yet. I'll drop them off at the warehouse and just dump them there. And then as I need some from the warehouse, I can go, okay, spit out 4 of these, go grab them with the truck, drive to the pigs, drop the 4 of them. Because if I empty that thing out to where the pigs are at, it's going to just overwhelm the area and I'll just have those everywhere and not be able to get them positioned where they'll get pulled in a meaningful time. It'll just be too much. All right. And then that'll fill it up. Do you look like I'm pass out? You got any sleep? I'm totally fine. It is one of those things that just so people know, it's generally actually pretty not great to be like, yo, you look like you're tired. Like, not even on stream, just in general, telling people they look tired. It's, you know, people get pretty upset about that. I'm fine with it, but it's just one of those things to watch. Yeah, no, I'm good. Alright, so let's get this sorted out. Yeah, and that was the reason. I was just like, generally speaking, I mean, honestly, generally speaking, most of the time it's best not to bring up people's appearance one way or the other, because, like, you know, obviously with the tired thing, it could be a thing that people get upset about. And it's also those things, if you go into some streamer, it's like, hey streamer, you're beautiful. It can, like, you're saying something positive, but with how many, like, parasocial things happen, it can get really weird. It's to the point that actually a lot of content creators will actually have a rule in their channel that say, hey, please, you know, please don't compliment my appearance. And it is because people get weird. People get really weird. I don't have a rule against that myself, but it would be a thing that I would, like, eventually would start to, like if I had someone at every single stream that they're like, oh my god, you're so handsome. It's like, that's very flattering, but also, you know, after a while, you're like, that's getting a little uncomfortable that you're constantly commenting on my appearance. It's a little uncomfortable because people on the internet get weird. All right, come on. Okay, get you to the next field real fast. Yeah, that said, you have a bunch of people who don't mind, but it is, like, it's one of the things, like, for example, if you go to the Twitch subreddit, one of the very common questions that shows up there very regularly is to be like, hey, you know, like, I've got this person who's supporting my channel, they're always complimenting me, and it's getting a little uncomfortable, like, what do I do? Because it's one of those things that, again, it's getting to that, like, parasocial where it's like, okay, this is getting a little bit too much kind of thing. And you see that question on the subreddit all the time. And it is a difficult thing. They're like, you know, they don't have a problem with that person, but it's getting outside their comfort zone, outside where they want their boundaries, and they're trying to figure out, like, you know, hey, like, this person's cool, I don't want them to leave my channel and all that, but at the same time I want this behavior to stop. And the answer is you just basically be like, hey, please don't do that. And then if they can't respect it, then you deal with timeouts and bans and whatever's appropriate. It is a thing that as a creator takes a little work, is learning to set boundaries and all that. And then to worry about losing support must be hard. That is another side too, is like, you know, especially if it's someone who is like very generous or like, you know, hey, I don't have a whole lot of money. This person is like very supportive of me financially, but you know, it's gotten to that point where they're kind of taking advantage of, like, they're getting expectations based on the money they throw at the channel. And first of all, that gets you nothing. The only expectation you should ever have with a channel that you give money to is that you get access to the emotes and that you get advertisement-free viewing, because that's what Twitch gives you. You're saying, I appreciate you being here and supportive, but some things you're saying you're starting to feel uncomfortable. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you've said there is the exact kind of discussion you have. You're just like, hey, like, I really appreciate all this, but, like, this is getting to a place that I'm not comfortable. And that happens a lot. I haven't run to that. I have had a couple of times where there's a behavior. It's nothing like that, but like there's ones that people compare me with, like, different celebrities, and they'll be like, hey, you look like whatever. And they're like, oh no, but I mean that as a compliment. That person's attractive. And it's not that it's all these things that, like, you know, it makes me, like, super uncomfortable, but it's just, it's a weird thing to me, and it's just because I don't compare people to celebrities ever. I don't look and go, oh man, you look like Sarah Michelle Gellar. That's amazing. You must be very happy for yourself to be, you know, look like that very attractive person. And to me, it's like, it's weird to be like, you look like someone else. And it's like, okay, I mean, all right. But, like, there's been one or two people who would, like, every single time they joined the channel, they would compare me to someone. I was finally like, you know, I'd rather you not do that. Like, it's not uncomfortable in the creepy kind of way. It's uncomfortable and it's just weird to me. Then you have some people, yeah, no, there are literally creators who their whole gist is that they kind of do a satirical version of a character. Like, I'm gonna, like, not specifically like, hey, you know, I look like person X, but you'll have, like, the person who their whole thing is they make themselves look like a character from, like, Warhammer 40k, and, you know, just play it up as if they are a character from that series or whatever. Not literally, because they can't break copyright rules or whatever. They have to stick at least where fair use. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be fair use because you're making money, so it can't, like, that doesn't work. But, you know, basically that they're doing a satire of it. But that's the whole thing. When you do something like that, it's like, it makes sense. Or, like, for example, if you set up your channel very clear to be a nod at a genre, so, like, there is a channel that's a friend of the channel who their channel is very Invader Zim-esque. You know, if someone were to compare that with, like, Invader Zim, it's like, well, of course, you themed it off of it. That's fine. But it can get weird. So the question is, if I back this up and I say, get out, will this work? Because if it doesn't, this is going to be very annoying. But I assume it will. I don't know if my positioning's good or not. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Get those bales in there. Because it always feels a bit off when someone feels they have to clarify that what they're saying is a compliment before seeing the reaction to a compliment. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely that kind of thing where you say something and you're like, I mean this as a compliment, and it's like, okay. Usually if you have to specify, that's kind of one of those things that's like, maybe is something worth, you know, considering with the responses and all that. It's kind of like the classic of, you know, if you're worried about something not being okay, it probably isn't. Not necessarily that it always isn't, but it probably isn't. Because that means at least some part of your brain was like, this isn't, like, this is something I probably shouldn't do. Some part of your brain has recognized your action may not be taken well, and so perhaps consider. And like, usually with that, if you're not sure, you can always ask. Like, there's, you know, as I've networked, there's been like a bunch of other creators that have become friends and all that. And it's just one of those things with like that kind of stuff that, you know, you've got this creator, you're friends, and you know, you start to get to know each other, like your interests and all that, just from hanging around all the time or whatever. And you'd be like, hey, you know, I know you're really interested in this, and I actually can get my hands on, you know, where I'm at, I can get my hands on something like that. You know, would you like me to send that to you, like, just as something like nice? And, you know, being like, just to be very clear, it is absolutely okay if you say no. Like, I get if you're like, don't want that. And I haven't had anyone be like, no, I'm not okay with that, but it wouldn't bother me at all if someone did. But that's kind of thing. You don't want to be like, hey, I need you to give me your address so I can send you something. If you have someone you just know, like, on the internet, that is something I could see someone responding to very quickly, being like, no, I'm not going to do that thing. That is not a thing I'm comfortable with. Because in that context, I would absolutely respond the same way. If just randomly someone's like, hey, I need your address so I can send you something, even if it's like someone who's like genuinely a friend of the channel, I could be like, what are you sending? Like, I'm really going to, I'm really gonna be like yellow to borderline red flags on that one. And it could be fine. Like there's a lot of my teammates and all that, if they were going to send me something and they asked, it'd be like, all right, like, I am gonna ask first, just because, like, is this something I gotta worry about? Like, you know, is it something I gotta worry about? Is it like food or something that I need to make sure I'm here for when it gets delivered and all that? For a viewer, I would not. Like, even if you've been here around a long time, I would not give my home address. It's just one of those things that, like, everything could be fine and on the up and up, but there's just way too many stories about, you know, people have a falling out or whatever, and then someone swats someone else. And I wouldn't expect that from anyone that's been around here. But it's just one of those things. I mean, for one thing, if people just wanted to buy me things, like, oh, I'd like to buy a keyboard, it's like, hey, there's this thing called Throne. That's why I have that. So if you wanted to gift me stuff, I could do so in a way where I don't have to reveal my home address or anything. Alright. That said, like, I don't push my throne, so it almost never gets anything, but that's totally fine. I'm pretty bad about that stuff. Like, a lot of, like, the, oh, you know, push your sponsor stuff and all that. I'm pretty bad about not doing so. Let's see, a streamer you watch, Had someone send him a picture of his daughter, which is crossing so many boundaries. Oh man. Yeah, that is definitely one of those things. It's like there is a whole pile of reasons this isn't okay. Man, that would definitely be one of those ones that, you know, the person could be like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you wouldn't be okay with that. And it's like, I'm sorry, man. You have made this too weird. There's, like, it's just gonna be one of those things that you're just not gonna be around here anymore because I would get just way too uncomfortable. Like, I don't think you know what this is, but the social interaction between us does not warrant, justify, or otherwise make sense for you to send your daughter's picture to me. Like, even if it was a charity thing, like, even if I, like, raised a bunch of money for, like, some children's hospital and that individual had their child in that children's hospital, they're like, can I send you a picture of my daughter that, you know, you helped raise money to help? I'm like, even in that scenario, I'd be like, I really appreciate that, but I would rather not. It's like, I'm glad it's helping you, but also, I would have, no, the dude's daughter, it was the streamer's daughter? Oh no, I would be calling the police. That wouldn't even be a timeout. I would be calling the police on that. Yeah, no, we had there's actually been 2 creators that are friends of the channel who recently had someone call their home phone number, like they call their actual phone. And I was like, yeah, no, that's here's the deal, chat. If I get a phone call from one of you all, I'm calling the police because there are boundaries being passed. Like, it's different if, like, hey, I'm gonna be visiting your town or whatever, and I'm like, oh cool, like, yeah, I'd love to meet up. Hey, like, I'm not gonna have internet, and like we came to some arrangement that I gave you my number. Now, granted, I doubt I would do that. But let's just pretend for a moment that for whatever reason I was comfortable doing so. Then yeah, obviously that'd be a different story. But if I get cold called by somebody, that's like a viewer or whatever, I am absolutely calling the police and putting in a report. Because I'm gonna be terrified you're gonna show up at my doorstep unannounced. Or, you know, that something's gonna get called into the police, and I'm gonna be like, hey, this happened. If you get a... Why are you fantasizing over people crossing your boundaries? I'm not. I'm literally stating if someone does that, I'm calling the authorities. That's not fantasizing, that's making it clear that there are boundaries. And people do that crap. Like, I've not had anything like that, thankfully. I've definitely gotten emails that, you know, if I figured out who they weren't part of the community anymore because they crossed boundaries. But that's been very rare, thankfully. Like, that crap happens. But now we've had friends of the channel who have had people call their home phone numbers and all that, and you know, then they ended stream and they immediately called the authorities. Are like, hey, please, if someone calls saying that there's like a hostage situation at this address or something like that, like, just so you know, I stream, someone's very clearly doxed me, and you know, please don't kick in my door. Like, and I'm thankful that the area I'm at, the police already have, you know, awareness of some of that kind of stuff being things that happen. So I've actually got my address on a list that basically if someone were to call and be like, there's a hostage situation, there's this big thing, they'll still send a police officer to do like a wellness check kind of thing. But they won't just roll in guns ablaze and ready ready to deal with, you know, whatever. That they have a whole thing where they're like, you know, put your number here if you're someone who's going to be like targeted and all that. And they have like a whole thing where they do like an interview with you and everything. But it's good. They introduce that because, you know, people figure out where people live and do all sorts of weird crap. Well, it said you were blocked, and I got ready to switch vehicles, and you seem to be... No, you haven't figured it out. Where's my cart? It's over there. Yeah, no, and every creator who's been around for a while, they deal with some of that. Not necessarily to the extreme, some do, some don't. But you definitely deal with having to remove people from your communities and all that, and whatever actions are appropriate from there. It is one of those things I just really don't get. Like, the mentality where a person goes, this is clearly a fine decision, that this is acceptable behavior. And I understand a lot of them realize it's not acceptable, that they're doing it to, like, scare or whatever. Get a reaction. Alright. Okay, so they're done cultivating the other field. I'll go ahead and pick up this hay while we're here. All right. And with that, we've got all the hay picked up. Farm looks good. Well, thank you. That's getting pretty full. I'm hoping they'll be able to do one more pass for us to worry about. The good news is we're going to have enough hay here to last our animals a while. All right. Yeah, so like I said, I do think like we'll pick up all the hay this year, and then what we'll end up doing so far as the hay is I won't worry about picking it up for the next couple years or whatever. Until I start to get low. And then we'll do it again. Or sorry, not the hay, the straw. Hay is grass. Yeah. Exactly, Grendel being like, that's straw. Yeah, it's like, no. It's like, it is straw. Hay is grass. I just said the wrong thing. But yeah, so it's those things that if I get, like the straw, doing all the extra work for the straw only gets me an extra 10, 12,000 or whatever a year, which is a decent amount of money. But when you're making hundreds of thousands for the extra time, it's like, nah, not really, I'm not going to put it in. But I need it for the animals for a little bit. So I can just go ahead and get all this situated. And then, you know, when I need more, I can take a year to just get a bunch more. Okay. So you need to be unloaded. We can go ahead and deal with that. And I'm pretty sure that's going to fill this truck up. That's fine. We can just take it to the next spot and keep unloading. Good early on, but more efficient use of time. Yeah, no, early on when we were like every dollar counted because they're doing like a super challenge kind of thing, it was worth taking the extra time to do it. But you know, now where we're at, it's like, okay, but if instead of collecting the straw, I can advance my day that much earlier, that's fine. Because with what we've been doing, we're not worried about the in-game time so much as the human time. Okay. Okay, take this right over here immediately. And get our next field going. All right. And we can grab you. Grab the last of the straw here. Then we get the cultivator on it and get that field all prepped. All right. Trying to think of how much more volume liter wise the 180 cm bales are compared to 150. But I consider it's probably a pretty significant increase in volume because it's not straight you take like the 150 and you just do the, you know, what percent more is that, because every time you add a new layer onto this, the overall diameter is larger, which means a higher volume per the amount. Alright, so let's get you out of the way here. Now we can grab this. You can pick up the hay. Drop that off at the warehouse. Drop the wheat off at the granary. And then get the cultivator lined up. And by then I'll probably need to have the truck in position to empty the harvester again. Okay. We'll get you into position here. And get this in position, and I can start that up, and then grab the truck with the wheat in it, and drop that off. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I think once we get along, let's see, straw 125, or 125 centimeters, 5,000 liter, 150 centimeters, 7,500 liter, and 180 is 11,000. Yep, that checks out. So it's not like the exact ratio of the different sizes so far as like in, you know, if it was double the the diameter. It's not double the volume. It's actually more than that. All right. I'm gonna need to repair some of these vehicles soon. Some of them are starting to wear down enough that we're not having quite as much oomph trying to move them around. Alright, I need to actually go through the grain mill from the side that tractor's on. But the tractor's going to be heading this way, so I won't be able to get through there from here. I have to wait for it. Because I need to go over that far to hit that plate. It'd be an angle like an empty all 4 units. All right. I do find this trailer interesting where it's got all the segments. My assumption of why you'd want it like this is so if you had an area where you had like multiple crops nearby that you could harvest and like, you know, one of these chambers would be canola and one of them could be the other thing. It's got high volume. Otherwise, I don't really see why you'd want to separate this out and have like more of these chutes. I mean, I guess in real life, you wouldn't necessarily want to dump all of your crop in the same spot. So you could empty out one section and put that there or whatever. But it's just kind of interesting having it separate out into the 4 different segments. Some crops might have different moisture content in real life. Right, but then the matter would be like loading this up, how that would work. Because it could even be that very genuinely you'd have in real life some type of crop that you'd have like multiple ripenesses, and you'd have the machine smart enough to separate them out so you can put like the arms over the 2 thing and like the lesser ripe ones go in here and the more ripe ones go there, something like that. All right, so with that, I really need to use the restroom. And so we're about to hit an ad break anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and, you know, get that happening, and I'm going to use the restroom real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hey, Hops, not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? The contract work as early as we can. Just because, while you can make good money with the contract work, you know, there's much better ways of doing things. Okay, so we can get you out the door. Do this. Alright. So, the next time we got everyone patched up, we're going to be pushing in from this angle and just trying to carve in as far as possible with all of these in here. I make no illusion that we're not... No! No! Not right now. No. 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 I need doctors right now. I need cooks. All right. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you could see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And doing a shoey? No. All right, here's the deal. All right. And I am back. It looks like that field is about to finish. So we can go ahead and grab the truck to empty that out in. And thank you for the welcome back. We can go and grab the truck to empty it out into. Then we'll get to grabbing the straw and yada yada. Yeah, because we already did the canola. We cultivated that. We're getting the wheat fields done now. Of course, you're 2 inches from the end, you're like, I need to unload. So it's going to start unloading. It's going to jerk forward that little bit to finish this field out. It's fine. All right, and where... There's the baler. Then grab that. And get that into position, and then get the harvester doing the next thing. Okay. And I've got one last field left. That'll be good. That's down the road. I'd like to get rid of a lot of these like little fields that got scattered everywhere. That we made the little fields because that's what we could fit in earlier. And I'd like to just make them into fewer larger fields just because it's way easier to manage all that. Great job. Generate. Okay. And just get you out of the way for right now. All right. But yeah, so what things we'll end up needing to do is when we get the mowers, I will need to bale and wrap a bunch of it. It almost feels like some of these achievements were designed to like teach you game mechanics, like how to do silage and all that. But then because the actual achievements don't tell you the requirements, you have to like look up the requirements and guides and all that. It kind of undoes any benefit of doing that. Just by the nature of you have to look up what it's trying to teach you. All right. Okay, so we've got all this going on, but it's good seeing everyone here tonight. Quite the pleasure and all. As a reminder, about halfway through stream we do switch. I am slightly past that point would normally be. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go until we at least get the wheat sorted, which is just the 2 more fields. After that point, we'll put up a poll to see what we're doing for the rest of the stream, because I do stream 9 hours a night, 5 days a week. So what I end up doing is halfway through stream, most streams that is, I will split the content. Sometimes I already have another game in mind, other times I'll put up a poll. Really depends. Today we'll put up a poll because I've been pretty indecisive lately. We're in that little bit of a release sag between, you know, the summer sale and like the fall holidays, and while Once Human has come out, which is one. I was holding off on that because I don't really have the numbers to be able to bully my way into that category. That said, I do feel like as it's been starting to drop off, it's probably more viable for me to do it now. I actually don't know much about the game. I haven't played it at all yet, which I have been tempted to check it out off stream. I've just held off doing that in any capacity just by the nature. Once Human, I've just held off because those are the kind of games like, oh, this is a game I probably really should stream if I'm gonna play it. And that happens a lot as a content creator. I have a game to be like, oh, I would be absolutely down to check this game out. No, it's a game that's gonna be really, would be a good game for stream. I'll not play it, but then, maybe it gets to the point where, you're like, okay, well, I think it looks interesting the same way as Ark is. Yeah, no, it's a survival crafter. I mean, the big thing is like an MMORPG style survival crafter. So it's like Ark or Rust or one of these kind of games, except the multiplayer and scale, instead of being on a server with, like a handful of other people, it's a lot more. So like 76, sort of. I think 76 does way more in the way of instancing and all that. So like 76, you don't join like a shard server, whatever you want to call. You just play multiplayer, and then it pulls people in and all that. That's my understanding. It may have changed, but when I played 76, that was the way it worked, is you didn't join like, this is the Atlanta server or whatever. You were just playing 76, and it would grab people in your area that they're on your map as well. Whereas this is far more formal on the server, where you would join like the Atlantic server. They don't have names like that, I'm just giving random names. But like you join the Atlantic server, and then anyone else on the Atlantic server would potentially show up in your world or whatever if they're online. So less 76 or the Division or those kind of games, and more World of Warcraft Ultima Online, the way the servers are run. Okay, and where did I drop you off? You're over here. Fallout 76 use holistic servers. That's yeah. Fallout 76 will put you on a server. You can't choose it. You'll be on that server with a max of 49 other people. But if you join a party, everyone gets pulled to the party, the server leader. Yeah. Or like GTA kind of works that same way. GTA Online, I mean. Where you start playing, it pulls you onto a server. And then if you start partying up with people and stuff like that, you can join into each other's servers kind of thing. So you can play with your friends, but it doesn't have like a formal, you've joined, Euro server 2 or whatever, and then, if your buddy is on Euro server 3, they're just, you can't play together. Like, it's not one of those. I mean, that's kind of my understanding. And that said, it does sound like Once Human has a whole bunch of mechanisms for moving your stuff around, so like I could create a new character, and there's some things I could bring between my characters that I wouldn't need to fully start from scratch, but I don't know the game well enough to have any real idea about the context of that. Because as my understanding is, they're gonna use a season mechanic where every 6 months or whatever it was, 6 weeks, I don't remember the timeline, but every X amount of time they do a reset and you lose all your levels and everything. But apparently you keep like copies of the blueprints of houses and all that kind of stuff. So there is some stuff that carries forward, and your cosmetics carry forward. There's all that kind of thing. But still, we'll see how it turns out once they've done a season or two. Like we'll get an idea of how that's gonna work out. Because I imagine they're gonna have their system for right now, and what'll probably end up happening is that after a reset or two and people get to see how it is, they might choose to change how they approach it. They might not. People might get adjusted to it and like it. People might not. Because that's kind of the big question about it. Is it going to be like other MMOs where, you know, you just keep building up forever in the long run? Is it going to be more like the Path of Exile, Diablo 4, those kind of ones where you have like your idea with the seasons and leagues that people grow to like the reset as a very vague, not everyone, there's definitely people who don't prefer the reset, but you know, a lot of people grow to like the reset because, you know, everything is fresh at that point. I was also curious because of it's a server base and people build their buildings all over the place. If they didn't do a reset, you'd run into the problem that some of the older MMOs had, where you had like houses and all that, where the entire map would get covered with, you know, structures everywhere, and eventually just the world is just a mess, and they have to come up with going, how do I purge the world of all these old structures and that kind of stuff. So like with Ultima Online, they made it so you would have it whenever you open or close your door, it would refresh your building. If you didn't refresh your building for long enough, which was in the number of months, your building would fall down. You know, and then just the area would be available for the next person who wanted to take it. And for the longest time, that was the thing that actually kept people subscribing to the game, was they had like a really good spot that they had built their house in or whatever that was like high value, high traffic, and they weren't sure if they were quitting for good or not. So they would log on just to refresh their house, you know, for sometimes some of the people would be years after they stopped playing the game, just in case they came back, because all the time and progress they put in would be lost otherwise. Sounds like Rust? Yeah, I mean, well, Ultima Online, it was a much bigger thing, because it was a lot, like Rust to me is a lot more short term of a game. You don't in a single round of Rust, you don't put thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into acquiring goods to build your home and all that. And Ultima Online was fun. I had a good time with it. That was one of the original MMOs. Like, people argue which one is the actual first, but that was definitely one of the earliest ones. Still around too. On one of the days off, like this is going back a couple of months, we got talking to about a bunch of it. And I was like, you know, I wonder how it'd feel to play that now. And I actually managed to recover a bunch of my account stuff and boot it up and, like, you know, get into the old account. They had something, like, because they're trying to get people to come back to the game. So they're like, hey, it looks like you haven't played in forever. You know, like, we'll give you a little bit of time and all that. And booted it up, and I played for a couple of hours just to see, but it wore off real fast. The nostalgia couldn't carry it that much. Because just the style of game it is compared to nowadays expectations, it was tough. It was tough to look at. Its UI, like, at the time was pretty good, but compared to modern UIs, was a real tough sell as well. Oh man, the audio for the game was so incredibly rough. Arena and Daggerfall do that to you? Like, you go back to play it, and then just, after like a little while of playing it, the nostalgia just drops off. You're like, man. It's like, I remember loving this game, but right now, just not holding up. I've had that with a few games. I've had a number of games I've gone back to that I have a lot of nostalgia for them. Like, you know what? I wonder how this game is now. And every single time, I'll play it for, like, just a little bit. And then, like, you get right past that nostalgia and you go, okay, but hear me out. I remember loving this game for what it was and all that, but also very genuinely, this is hard to play. Like, not hard as a difficulty hard play. This is hard to play as in, I'm not really having fun fighting with the UI. Or clunky controls or whatever the issue is. Skyrim base UI. Skyrim's a UI was always a rough time. Even when the game first came out, it was pretty tough. Because it was one of those ones that was clearly made with consoles in mind, and just there was lots of decision how the UI interacted that just weren't great. There's a reason why like so many people made UI overhaul mods for the game. Because like just navigating your menu, like why can't I push a button to just sort it in this way? Yeah, sorry, we don't do that. But why? Like that's been technology we've had for over a decade in games. Why is it missing? Given Oblivion's UI is still fine, you don't know how Skyrim flopped in that regard. I think the difference is, did Oblivion ever come out for consoles? I don't believe it did, because that to me was the thing that was noticeable. Is Skyrim came out and it released on consoles as well. Like that was just the initial thing. Oblivion released in all three? Huh. No, I don't know why. And maybe it was just Oblivion was PC first, console second so far as a strategy, and then it started on consoles. Interesting. Neat. Yeah, no, I have no idea why. Because like Skyrim on computer, it's a very fun game, but if you're not modding, that is not a good UI. It is definitely a UI that you tolerate because the game is good. Starfield UI is bad too. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at almost all the Bethesda games and their UI on computer is pretty rough. Like Fallout 76, the UI is pretty rough. All the other Fallout games, the UI is pretty rough. You look at Skyrim, the UI is pretty rough. Like, and they're designed with console in mind. So they're pretty okay for console, but it's not so much that they are friendly to consoles that is the problem. That's fine. There's a lot of stuff that's available in other games for computer that are omitted because they focused on the console side, like keyboard shortcuts, those kind of things that are very common that just weren't part of the main thing. And like the way they nest a bunch of stuff, which is designed for dealing with a controller that could certainly be better. Alright, so I'll drop you off. We'll grab the truck. Little trailer. Bale loader, whatever you want to call it. We'll grab this thing. We'll pick up those bales. And then that'll be that sorted. The overall game was okay, but also you don't know what one part of Starfield you'd say is the best class example. I enjoyed Starfield when it came out, and I still think it's like not a bad game. It's just one of those things that people very understandably were expecting a lot from Bethesda, that this is going to be one of their big, like their first new IP in a very long time. They had put a absurd amount of time and effort into it, and so expectations were understandably very high, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Considering the way they promoted it also encouraged expectations to be very high. And then when it came out, like, it was decent. Like, it was definitely not amazing. I had a good time with it, but there was like lots of design decision that kind of head scratcher on it. And so it's just one of those ones that, like, you know, people expected it to be the next Skyrim, like that kind of thing. And it was all right. It was decent enough. Nowhere near that though. And I think a big part of that is honestly those games that follow those major successes like that. It almost feels like there is no winning for them, because it's really, really hard to create something that's like that big blockbuster kind of game. And the worst thing is, part of that is because you can't just do the exact same thing you did before. If you had that game that sold, you know, millions of copies, and it was, you know, innovative and revolutionary and yada yada yada, and you just produce a sequel, well, it's no longer innovative or revolutionary thing. You just basically remade your previous product. So people be underwhelmed by that. So it almost feels like you're doomed to fail in those cases, that when you follow that kind of a grand success. Which, for the record, like, when it came down to it, the developer by Undertale, like the developer of Undertale, kind of expressed that one of the things that's made it very difficult for them to get their next game done is almost this like paralysis they get into, because, you know, Undertale was this game that people loved, and it did all this stuff, and it was innovative, it was new, it was different, and all that kind of thing. And that Toby Fox was like, you know, I could, even like if I made a second Undertale, like it was just a new Undertale, it's all that, it would do nowhere near as well, because like it wouldn't be new or creative or novel or whatever. It'd be just, you know, expanding on the existing concept. All right, Strider, that's good. And then it's also those things that, like, when they came, like, if, you know, the next Undertale is like, do I think I'll ever make something that was as much of a, you know, surprise as Undertale was? And he's like, probably not. Like, he made the joke that's like, you know, what do you do if you're the, you know, the artist or whatever, you make your magnum opus early in your career, and you know you're unlikely to ever make something that's going to beat what you've already done. It's like, how do you navigate that? What do you do? Greg says, that's where the argument can be made that producing DLC is better than a sequel. As DLC, you could stick to the same formula, but add the game still. Yeah, this is true. Like, I know a lot of people get upset about when, you know, game companies, they just go make game and then just the endless treadmill of DLC afterwards, the paradox model. But it's like, I feel I would rather they keep expanding on Stellaris forever versus, you know, just at some point it's like, okay, it's time for Stellaris 2. Because, one, you hit a big reset button and everything in there, and there's certain arguments of the benefits of that. But, you know, unless they just want to take the game in a very different direction, there's a lot to unpack with that. Oh, I need to actually pick that back up. All right. Let's be fair, Farmington was one of the worst examples of DLC treadmill. As in, just too much DLC, or like the DLC doesn't feel good. Like, I'm curious what you mean when you're saying like it's one of the worst. Because as far as like volume of DLC and price of DLC, I would definitely not say it's that bad. There's definitely some DLC you get there like, eh. Like, just because, you know, it introduces a new crop and everything, and then that new crop isn't particularly fun to engage with, that could be a major problem. Let's see, Chief saying it was like Uncanny Valley. You knew how this should look, but fell 10% short in every regard. Yeah, that's kind of how Starfield felt. It's like it got close to what it should have been, and then just never quite got there. Like it ran right up to what you wanted it to be, but just fell slightly short on every aspect. And it was just kind of like, you know, like the ship designer, like, you're good, but only good. And it really feels like just a little bit more time, and this could have been amazing. Or like, oh, the faces and dialogue and all that. It's like, it's not bad, but you just expected a little bit more than what you got. And so it kept just ever so slightly landing below what you want. Would I have it for stream to get you riled up? Yeah, no, we can not worry about that. Like, I get that you're upset, because I'm aware of what happened already at this point, but we're not going to discuss it. Like, I get why people get riled up and all that, but we're just not even going to engage, like, saying, hey, something upset me earlier. Let's, like, because then, you know, we give people a chance to escape it, because that's still going to make, for people who heard and want to not deal with it, it keeps making them deal with it on their own. Coughs parsnips, coughs red beets. Yeah. That's kind of one of those things that I feel like there's definitely times in the game that they try and keep everything really accurate that I could definitely go for either one, they give us even bigger machinery to do the macro scale, or two, for the sake of gameplay, they kind of hand wave some stuff to not be realistic. Because there's definitely sometimes they make something realistic, but it's just really not fun to engage with. That you're like, okay, but hear me out. Instead of this working exactly the way it does in real life, we kind of just hand wave the way the crates work and all that to make that not as tricky. Like make like the fictional crate picker upper trailer that works just like the Bale trailer, where you just drive and it just throws the crates up on the back. Again, even though there's not a real life thing that does that. It says, you don't feel there's a problem with Giants DLC program? We get at most 3 DLC a year, 2 of which might only be equipment packs. With one larger DLC, that'll be a big shift in the game. Farm Sim fits very much in the category of none of the DLC is required to play. They're all a flavor that if you're not interested, just pass over. Yeah, that was kind of my thought with the DLC with Farm Sim. Is there's definitely games that when it goes like the DLC comes out, it's practically a requirement to get it. Like, it'll be a competitive game that if you don't get the DLC, you're just at a massive disadvantage to everyone else who does have that, you know, DLC. Or, like, very genuinely, they do a major update that changes the base game, and everything's balanced around you having the new DLC and the power creep that comes with it, which means now the entire game has gotten harder for you if you don't have the DLC. There's lots of those kind of issues that happen with DLC. Like, lots of games have those problems. All right. And let's check our calendar, make sure I'm not missing anything more. Okay, so we harvested the canola and the wheat. We got the straw dropped off. We plant canola the next in-game day. We've already cultivated all the fields. Our animals are doing fine. Actually, your health is declining. You're not doing fine. Why is your health... Oh, they probably finished their actual base food, and now they're just to, Okay, so this is a problem that I'm gonna have to get them lots of the food. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's fix this real fast. And the way I'm gonna do that is I am going to approach this in the lowest effort way, which is I'm going to say, give me some big pallets of pig feed. I have a need for pig feed. All right. Can't they just eat each other? No. Rual has a need for feed. It says this is what Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator DLCs are. They're mods. Then it becomes DLC 6 months later, and often lower quality the mod based on. Well, I mean, okay, but to my counter argument that it's pretty well known what the formula is for American Truck Simulator and that in regards to the whole they're just going to expand the map to include more and more areas. So if someone beats them to making the area, like I don't have problems with that, you know, that mod becoming DLC, because very clearly that's the whole thing. Because that happens a lot in different products and all that, where you have like the logical next thing, and someone, you know, of course makes a mod before the devs get to it, and then people getting upset about the fact that like now the base game has the mod brought into it of sorts. I mean like overlap functionality, not like they literally, you know, yoinked the code or the map or whatever. Because that's just a normal thing. Because that even happens like very famously with the iPhone and all that. There were a bunch of apps that did basic functionalities available on the other phones, but there were apps in the App Store you bought, and then Apple baked those in later. And it's kind of one of those things you sit there and go, okay, sure, the app in the App Store did the thing first and was for sale and people bought it, and now you're making... Why am I driving over here? And now you're making it part of the base phone, so you've just screwed this person. And it's like, that is true, you're not wrong. But at the same token, this is functionality that you'd fully expect to be part of the phone. But that's what ProMods started doing. Why ProMods started doing Canada? Because they were tired of their mods becoming unplayable. Yeah, well, I mean that's just it. Like if you are like, and that's the kind of a thing that happens with like Project Zomboid as well. Like you'll have your map mods, and then later on they'll be like, okay, we're expanding the map into that area because, you know, that's we're putting the next area on, and suddenly this mod breaks because now it's sharing the space of this other town or whatever. And it's like, well, don't, like, you knew they were going to expand that way. That was going to be a thing that's going to happen. Like that's a predictable outcome. Like that's always a danger you have when you deal with modding as well. That as long as the game is still in development with modding, they're going to make changes that occasionally will break your mods. So especially with like map kind of stuff, you're always playing a dangerous game. Now it could be something like one of those things like you could very easily go and say, okay, well let's add Mexico to American Truck Simulator because we have Texas, we've got California, we got a bunch of these states that border the Mexican border. You could add Mexico to it. There's no expectation that Mexico will be added to the base game. Like maybe it happens someday, but I would not anticipate it. So you could build out that whole area and not have to worry about conflicts. And I know part of it is because people very specifically want their state to be available in the game. They're like, oh hey, look, they got Arizona, like I'm one state over. I can go and, you know, connect this up, we can add my state now. But it's kind of the given that barring they stop updating the game with DLC, that state should eventually get added. Now, like where I'm at over here in Florida, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be one of the last states that get added to the game if they go that far. But for them to like add a Florida mod, there's gonna be a lot of hand waving they gotta do to make that happen. But in theory, eventually that would get pulled in as well. No, I could have saved it there. I saw it starting to tip and I kind of hesitated for a moment. And if it would have just kept that hesitation, I would have been okay. Because I could have started to tip it back. But I started the hesitation of like, okay, maybe I'll speed up a little. You bet they did Florida before New England? Probably. It's a catch. So like when you get to a lot of the area up there, like, you know, Sorry, when you get to the northeast and all that, there is a lot of stuff up there they can do. Let's get this out of the way. The tractor will do a good job of trying to flip that back up. Oh yeah, there's a whole thing about, yes. There is a concept of sometimes the game owns the rights when you mod the game, and sometimes you own the rights to the mod when you mod the game. Usually a big part of that boils down to stuff like, is what your mod doing, is the creative original concept. So like if I made a mod for Stardew Valley, like Ridgeside Village, so I made a whole new region called Ridgeside Village that has all that kind of stuff into it with its own characters and that. And then Stardew Valley turned around and made a mod, or not made a mod, but made extra content that was Ridgeside Village as well. Then they're playing a dangerous game. Now, if Stardew Valley made a new area that was a town on the top of a ridge, that's probably fine. So it's like one of those kind of things. But the catch is when we're talking about like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, no one's gonna be like, I'm sorry, you can't do that. We've copywritten Germany. It's not gonna work. Now again, if I rip off their assets and their exact design or whatever, that's a different story. Like if I grab their mod and just chuck it into my game. There we go. Like that's a different issue. But if I were to recreate it, because again, the assumption would be that the Germany map would be based off Germany, so they can't be like, hey, you've got this highway in the same place. Yeah, that's where the highway is in the real world, and it's based off the real world, and you can't copyright that. I bet they do before... Yes, no? I'm sorry, I missed context on that. You bet they do yes before no. Rual Island will be a single stop. Yeah. Well, that's some of those areas in the northeast. When you talk about the size of them, like you compare a state like California and how big that is and how much that goes on with that in real life. And then you compare that against, you know, Rhode Island and a bunch of those, especially in the northeast, you compare against a bunch of those states, like the size discrepancy is tremendous. Now, with how American Truck Simulator works, they certainly could do a thing where it just means, as far as the details on the roads, Rhode Island is much better because they do like the weird sandwiching and scaling and all that. They could kind of wink wink nudge nudge. Rhode Island is technically much larger on the map in the game by the amount of compression they do between the cities being much lower. But I would imagine we would get up there and we'd probably get like a bundle of 2 or 3 of the smaller states in the northeast. Like get like, you know, get I'm trying to think of which one's important, but you basically get 2 or 3 of the states packaged together. Like if they were to add Washington D.C., they'd just probably combine it with West Virginia and whatnot. Or if they didn't do that, you'd turn around and Rhode Island DLC would be like $2-3 versus like the typical DLC being a bit more. DC is in its own state. That is a very complicated question. It's not recognized in the state as in like it doesn't get its own, you know, it doesn't get like the voting rights other states get or whatever in consideration to that. Like it doesn't, Washington D.C. doesn't get its own, you know, representatives and yada yada yada. But it sort of does kind of ish function like a state in some ways as well. So it's not technically a state. To be clear, if we're talking strict technical rules, it's not a state. But also kind of sort of ish, you know, does some things along that line. Why are you not pick? Oh, because full only. It's a national level district, but not a state. Right, the catch is, it's the only one of that type thing. So, when you go, is it this? It's like, well, it's its own thing that sort of kind of ish has rules around, like, the finances and the taxes and all those, that it has a bunch of authority that states get that cities don't, but also it doesn't get a bunch of the rules and rights and all that that states do, so it's kind of also not a state. That's kind of where I'm going with that. It's its own thing that kind of splits the difference between city and state. Or county and state, or however you want to approach it. It's similar to the Australian Capital Territory. The Act isn't the same. The Act isn't a state, same as the Northern Territory. Both are territories, thus officially they run by the federal government, although both have their own state committee to manage things. Yeah, and that's kind of the same thing with DC, is it's run by its own stuff, but like I said, it doesn't really fit in the conventional setup that a lot of other stuff do. Which sucks for people who actually live in DC, because you effectively don't get the same representation as everyone else in the country because you happen to live in the capital. So, like, if you're working food services or something there, congratulations, like, you don't get to vote on a lot of things for your own state things. It's a really weird system. Alright, so with that said, what we're going to do is we're going to quickly save here. And I'm going to go ahead and put up the poll, because I said when I finish the wheat I was going to get that done, and I have finished the things we need to get done in this in-game day. So go ahead and put up the poll. I'm going to put a couple different games on here for what we're going to do for the rest of the stream. So let's see, what are we doing now? And let's put workers and resources on here, since people brought that up earlier during the stream. We'll put Farming Simulator 22 on the list as well, if people just want to keep seeing this. I'll put Ship Graveyard Simulator 2 on the list, which is you disassemble ships. It's kind of like Hard Space Shipbreaker if it was like, instead of spaceships, as regular ships. More realistic, less sci-fi, and doesn't have a meaningful overarching plot. You take apart some heckin' ships. What else do I want to include on the list? You can put Timberborn on there. What else? I'll put... So the only reason I don't want to do Once Human is I really want to look up what servers I go to join, because it does have the server thing. So I want to look up where people are, so that if I do play Once Human, I am playing on a server with other people that, like, I know or whatever, versus just unilaterally hopping on stream and trying to do whatever. And what do I want to put for the last game on there? Oh, and meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead. Well, actually, I'll wait to end the YouTube stream in case you end up playing the same game. Let's see. You did laugh a little bit recently when a streamer told you you're flat out wrong, that there is no state in Australia that is larger than Texas. Oh, yeah, like, Texas is big, but so is Australia. I don't actually know the comparison on those, so I wouldn't make the statement one being bigger than the other, because I don't know. Oxygen not included. As I said the last couple of times, Lux, right? I probably won't be playing Oxygen not included anytime soon. I don't remember, when is the last time Oxygen not included even had an update? Like 2022? No, well, that's a short, that's not DLC. Oh, so they are coming out with a new DLC in, like, next week. But I think it's been a very long time since they've had a major update. Yeah, no, it looks like it was potentially last year that they had, like, a major update. But it does look like they are going to have one. So maybe if the DLC is interesting, we might grab an update with that. Auction not included is one of those things when it comes to the channel that I found I could play a couple of streams of, and then I kind of have to like leave where it's at. Just because. All right, I gotta. Tuma's been sending me a bunch of news stuff. Where's the poll go? Where did my? There it is. I was like, where did my poll go? I'm trying to fill that out. Yeah, so let's get one more game on the list. I do think we might check out Once Human soon. Part of me is debating putting Planet Coaster on there again, and then deciding whether we pick up on the one we got there. I'm not sure on the Planet Coaster one. That one hasn't done well on the channel, but at the same time, they did just announce the sequel, so there could be newfound interest in it. And I think at this point, it's been long enough since we did Dave the Diver. I'm just going to consider us not going back to that for right now. Because it's been, like, at this point, I don't even remember what's going on. So it's just been too long since we revisited that. Not Planet Coaster. What? I need one more. It's always the last one, is I need one more game, and then deciding what to put there. We did City Skylines 2 recently. And we got to that phase of the game where I'll put Planet Coaster on there, just for the sake of getting the vote going. All right. So, with that said, if you want to weigh into the poll, we do have a poll going. You'll need to refresh your browser if you don't see it on Twitch. If you're on one of the other platforms, I do apologize that the poll is not there. Twitch is where it happens. That's just where most of my stuff. But we got Workers and Resources. I haven't played that game yet. It is a city builder, sort of like City Skylines 2, with the focus being a lot more on labor and resources and less on like economic policy and zoning. We've got Farming Simulator 22. We would keep doing what we're doing, grinding the achievements and all that. We've got Ship Graveyard 2. It didn't put the 2 in the thing there. That would be that's a simulation game where you get like these wrecks of like old ships that you drill out the rivets and take it apart. It's very hard space shipbreaker without the meaningful story or the sci-fi. So it's more realistic simulator and less on the other end. We've got Timberborn, was a post-apocalyptic settlement builder with sentient beavers. They had an update that had like sluice and aqueducts and all that. And then you've got Planet Coaster, which is like the spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Which is basically you run a theme park, and all that kind of good stuff. That one we'd have to decide if we're going to continue on with our existing save file that we did a couple weeks back, or start a brand new one if we did that. But, way into it. My big ask is don't vote for the specific express purpose of tying the poll. I genuinely actually find that when it comes to meaningful decisions like what we play for stream, I genuinely actually consider it kind of bad for the channel to deliberately tie those polls, because you're helping something that less people want to see win, which, that's kind of bad. That said, on the other token, when it's something like what's better, tacos or pizza, sorry, voice skip in there, what's better, tacos or pizza or something like that, that's not an important poll for like the channel and all that stuff, then that ends up being like, tie it up, do whatever trolling you want. I've debated a few times of there are websites I could put polls in that I can link over to the website. And my only hesitation with doing the website route with it is I worry even less people participate in the poll, but that would make it so you wouldn't be able to see what the results are until it's done. So people can't deliberately tie it up and all that kind of stuff. I have debated that a number of times. And then plus I can also put more options on there. I can turn it on so you can vote for multiple options, not just one, that kind of stuff, which is kind of all of the above is why I would do it. I just haven't set it up yet. And it's one of those things I like this being in Twitch so I don't have to take people off Twitch to do that. But there's definitely some give and take with that. One thing I want to do here is I noticed our tractor missed the cultivating spot. There are polls on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, maybe I should be like here. I don't know. It feels weird to be like, let me go ahead and like, but only up to 3 options. Yeah, like, you know, I know I could do the poll on YouTube. What I probably will do is, like I said, there's a couple creators I know have turned to using third-party polling things. I might do that, because again, allowing you to vote for more than one option, allowing you to change your vote as time goes on before the poll's done, not letting you see the results until it's over so you can't deliberately and maliciously tie it. You know, if it ends up tied at the end, it ends up tied at the end. It's when you see like the back and forth where it's like very clearly people are trying to go out of their way to tie. It's like, hey, don't do that. Because it is a meme where people go out of their way to tie stuff. Alright, so right now we got 7 votes for Workers and Resources, 4 votes for Farming Simulator, 5 votes for Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. So, if you do want to see one of those games, you're going to want to drop your vote in there to make it happen. We got 3 votes for Timberborn as well. So any of those games could still win if you vote in it. There's not much time left, maybe 15 seconds. So if you don't want to see Workers and Resources, you got to get voting. And otherwise, you know, if you do want to, make sure you stay on top of it so that way someone can't swing the vote the other way. That said, it's pretty plain to see that this... Alright, so we are going to be doing Workers and Resources. So I'm going to save the game real fast. And if you're watching on YouTube, what is going to end up happening here is you are going to have the stream drop because I can't switch categories in YouTube and make it work well. So I'm going to have to take down the YouTube stream and bring that back up. Everyone on the other platforms, just hang out. We'll get everything switched over. So I got to do this, refresh that.